Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to North Hill Bowl for match play and the finals of the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Seeney, bringing you live coverage once again. Getting an earlier start this morning as everyone is here and they wanted to get going because there are quite a few players here that have a significant drive ahead of them after the tournament is over. So we are getting started early. We are in the middle of warm-ups. Looks like our first matches will be Craig Murray against Paul Bober, Caleb Pashina against Tony Miller on our featured pairs. Again, there are 30 players that advanced to the match play round. They were divided into 3 groups of 10. And they will do round-robin match play starting in their respective bays. They'll go 3 games and then move to a different section of the house. Once you get through 9 games, then the final game will be the position round, and then we will move on to the 5-person stepladder finals. Again, we're a little early this morning, but that's okay. Let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. And we'll be underway here shortly following the warm-ups. And thank you for the feedback, Chris. We do appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Hope to see you next weekend down at the KFYR. I'll be down there. Unsure if I'll be bowling. Again, I'm injured, but I feel like I can limp my way through 8 games if I need to. It may not look very good, but we may give it a try. Who knows? Again, if you're just joining us, I am getting elbow surgery done in about 3 weeks. Hence why we are live streaming the entire weekend here at the Morris. Physically unable to get through that many games. But now that there's an end in sight, hopefully that fixes everything. Again, it is a round-robin match play this morning. So each bowler here will bowl 9 games. And then the 10th game will be a position round. And then we move on to a top 5 stepladder finals. Craig, hello, how you doing? We're going to do the drawing for the ball following the position round like the post does say. If you haven't already, we still are allowing entries for that. Just head on over to NDBowling.com's Facebook page and look for the post that looks like this. Go to that post, tag a friend, and use the hashtag absolute. And following the position round today, we will pick a comment at random, and that person will win a Storm Absolute. So head on over to Facebook. Those entries are still open. And once again, we are bowling on a 2-6-3-1 pattern. A custom 42-foot pattern put together by Kegel. A little over 30 mils, so the volume is definitely pretty high. They're using a terrain oil today. And if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. Please consider subscribing to NDBowlTV if you haven't already. Our next show after today will be live from Moorhead down at Sunset Lanes for the NDBowling.com Classic. We will go live on March 5th. I believe that is the Sunday. We will do the match play round and the finals of that event, where the winner will take home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. For more information on that tournament, head on over to NDBowling.com and click on the upcoming events page. You can also find many tournaments on that page, a lot of posters. Get all the info you need for a tournament near you. I know next weekend is the KFYR TV Bowling Classic, where the finals will be on the local NBC station 1 week from today. If you would like to sign up for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic, please call Midway Lanes in Mandan, North Dakota. Another great tournament run down there. That'll be next weekend. I will have a preview of that tournament on NDBowling.com later this week. We will also do a complete recap of this event on Tuesday. Yeah, we're just wrapping up the warm-ups here for match play at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Again, 30 players did advance from yesterday's qualifying round. I'm going to try to get a qualifying sheet. Didn't happen to snag one last night, but I'm sure they have some at the desk here that I can go over some scores with you. The top qualifier in the tournament was John Breckel, defending NDBowling.com Player of the Year. On the heels of a 278 final game was the top qualifier, so as a result, he will take home a free entry into next season's Morris. And then also, since it is the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the folks here at North Hill Bowl gave away a free entry to the person that qualified in the 20th place, which was Jason Hansen. So a little added bonus for them. Again, we're getting a little early of a start here today. Everyone was here early, so they decided to get started since a lot of the players have a significant drive ahead of them once the tournament is over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for welcome to practice bowling. We're ready to get you started. All of you understand the score sheet? No? All right, here we go.
No, Chris, there were no 300s yesterday. We had quite a few close calls. I think 3 players got to the 10th frame. Jason Hansen got the 10th one, but no 300s yesterday, so the 300 game pot did not go out. If everything holds true, they're going to make that 300 game pot $3,600 next year, but I did hear that Rory might do something different with it, might cap it at $3,000, and then all the added money that's put in builds for the next pot, so that if that one goes out, let's say it goes out for $3,000, the next one will start where the like reserve fund is, so to speak. But we'll see what they do. That's all at the discretion of the staff here at North Hill Bowl. And again, big thank you to Farmers Union Insurance, who has been sponsoring that pot for the last 10, 11 years. Again, our first matches will be Paul Bober against Craig Murray and Caleb Pashina against Tony Miller. They are going to use the AB across the whole house, so we will not have names on our scoring monitors, but you should be able to follow along as we go. Once we get down to the stepladder finals, we will adjust our cameras over to 29 and 30 only. Just kind of give everyone a better view of the final matches, and then we'll give away the trophy and a $4,000 check to the winner. Got a few past champions here today in match play. Brady Stearns is down on the low end of the house at the moment. Nick Heilman down there as well. Well, looking around, I don't see any other past winners besides those two. I could be wrong, but definitely a different group here than we normally see, which is good. A few people here that I haven't seen in match play at the Morris, so it's good to see them doing well. Different players doing well every year. Got 16-year-old Dawson Unrath made the cut. He is about 2 pairs over from our field of view here. I did hear that it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Dawson, and good luck. All right, so I got some qualifying scores here from Jeff, and let's go through some of the qualifiers from yesterday. The cut to the top 30 was a tie between Craig Murray and Jeremiah Smith at 32 over. So that was the cut line. The first players out were Noah Gallegos, Rob Warren, Clayton Moore, Eric Nelson, Josh Link, Mike Allen, Richard Vitko were the first people out. John Breckel led the way with an 18-27, so 227 over for John Breckel. Again, a 276 game 8. Got him all the way up to the top and earned that free entry for being the top seed in the qualifying round. Jared Schmidt was the second qualifier at 1778, followed by Josh Kennedy, Garrett Haywood, Russ Oviatt, Brady Stearns, Ryan Savoy, Andy Shutt, Jamie Craig, Eric Schack, Cameron Foster, Nick Heilman, Taylor Wallstrom, Matt Gasson, Brad Murray, Tristan Clymer, Tony Miller, Mike Larson, Dawson Unrath, Jason Hansen, John Domingo, Paul Bober, Josh Craig, Ross Strand, Nick Haney, Austin Ducharme, Caleb Pashina, Dave Ullman, Jeremiah Smith, and Craig Murray. Those are your top 30 bowlers that are here today at match play. Again, they are all separated into 3 groups of 10. You'll go a round robin within your group and then a position round at the end. If you win, you get 30 bonus pins. A tie is 15. So bonus pins here and getting wins are very important. And again, if anyone does shoot a 300 game here today, that does not count towards the 300 game pot that we were talking about yesterday. That is a qualifying round thing only. Over the years, we have had people shoot 300 on day 2, but that does not count towards the 300 game pot sponsored by Farmers Union Insurance. So just something to keep in mind today. What game will Dawson Unrath be on the featured pair? I do not know. I don't know the lane assignments. Everyone's separated into 3 groups of 10. So the current group will be down on the last 10 lanes for 3 games, and then they'll go to the low end or the middle of the house, and the groups switch every 3 games. Currently, Dawson Unrath is 2 pairs to our left. The next ball you see going down 26 will be a shot from Dawson. He could be on our featured pair one of the next 2 games. He could not. I do not know that. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, the way the matches work, everyone kind of scrambles. There isn't a uniform way to know where everyone's going to be after every game, unfortunately. Maybe? Wow. How did that 4-pin not fall? Got a good match going over here on the pair to the left of your screen. Andy Schutt against Jared Schmidt. Jared Schmidt has a 7-1 in the first, followed by a 6-bagger. Andy Schutt goes spare strike, spare, spare, 3-bagger. So high-scoring match over there to our left. Dawson Unrath has a double, followed by 3 spares. His opponent is, I believe, Garrett Haywood. Has 9 missed, 3-bagger, and a spare. So pretty close match there. Are there two different oil patterns on a pair? There is not. It is the same pattern we used yesterday. That pattern is oiled on 2 through 32, or 3 through 32, I would guess. Same pattern, 42 feet, a little over 30 mils, a 2:6:1 or 2:6:3 to 1 ratio. So pretty difficult. A lot of oil out there. So as that moves around, you're going to see definitely difference in ball reactions from pair to pair. Depending on who started there will be the key. Our TV pair will be 29 and 30 right in front of us, and they will not re-oil before the stepladder finals, so everything will be as it breaks down. I can say from growing up here at North Hill Bowl that each pair is definitely different. A lot of differences in pair to pair, even lane to lane on each pair on some of them. And we've just reached the 9 o'clock hour, so for those of you just joining us, as we did expect to start at 9 today, we got started a little bit early since everyone was here on time, and a lot of the players have a significant drive ahead of them. They all decided to start a little early to get going on the match play round. Again, we have 10 games of match play today, followed by a top 5 stepladder finals. So settle in, grab a coffee, grab some breakfast, and enjoy the bowling in front of you have today. A lot of good players will be coming across the featured pairs throughout the day. We are going to see 3 games per group of 10, and then they rotate throughout the bowling center. So depending on the draw, you may see 1 game, you may see 2 games of a certain bowler, you may not see them at all. But we will try to update you as we get the scores. I'm sure the folks here at North Hill Bowl will pass along the scores to me as they get them. looks like close match in front of us here with Paul Bober and Craig Murray. Caleb Pashina and Tony Miller to the right. Tony Miller with a 193. Looks like he'll get the win over Kayla to start his match play round. Again, each win will get a 30-pin bonus. So wins are definitely important here today. Looking to the pair to the left, it looks like Jared Schmidt will finish off with a 232, and he will get a win over Andy Shutt. Garrett Haywood has 125 in the 7th with a strike in the 8th. Dawson Unrath has 144 in the 7th with a spare up in the 8th. So early advantage for Dawson Unrath, but Garrett can cut into that lead here with a double. John, I'm not sure I know a ton about the players on our featured pair. I don't have any like bio sheets or anything, but I do know the defending champion of this event, Paul Bober, is on our left pair here. The 2019 NDBowling.com Classic champion, Kayla Pashina. She's a PWBA member. She's bowling on the right. Yeah, like you said, Andy Shutt, 300 game in singles at the national tournament in 2016. I believe that would be a year in Reno. But I could be wrong. A lot of these players do come from great distances, so I don't know them all too well, but we'll do our best to give you all the information. Mary, good morning to you as well. Thank you for tuning in. Pretty simple here for Paul Bower. Needs a mark and count for the win, and that'll do it. So Paul will start off his title defense with a win. Russ Obie bowled for ASU, bowls for some tour events. Yep, he is out of the South Dakota area, Sioux Falls, I believe. He has made the stepladder finals here at the Shootout in the past. So the final over there was Jared Schmidt, 232, Andy Shutt, 224. So a big score there. Over here, it's Tony Miller, 193 to Caleb Pashina's 158. Looks like Paul Bober will be into the 2 teens, possible 220 here over Craig Murray. Looks like Dawson Unrath will get a win following a Garrett Haywood open in the 9th. Dawson will go strike, probably open in the 10th, but he'll have 2-0 something there the first game. Best Garrett Haywood can do is 183. From what I can see, John Breckel will start off his match play with a win. Not sure. He might be bowling Brad Murray, perhaps. I'm not sure. But that's about as far as I can see at the moment. Connor Allen, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you at a tournament in the near future. Hope all is well down south. Everyone's done in front of us. I'll give you a brief look at the concourse where everyone else is bowling. Little player movement going on around here. As players move to their next pair for match number 2. Yeah, John, I will agree. Russ is a great guy. He has stopped by our booth quite a few times. I do appreciate him and the kind words he tells us. Great bowler, also great hair. Thomas Wolf, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you joining us. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be able to cover the entire event. I know it's the first time we've ever done this, and mainly it's because I'm injured. I do like to compete as well.
The quick reminder, when you move to the pairs, make sure you reverse the arrows. Reverse the arrows on every game. Thank you.
And again, our next show will be at the NDBowling.com Classic, March 5th. We'll be doing the entire second day of that tournament. The setup at Sunset Lanes, I think, would make doing the qualifying round a little difficult, just considering where we have to set up the cameras and everything else, so we will probably not be doing that. That'll be roughly 10 days post-surgery for me. We'll see how things go. My boy Ken Fletcher will likely have to do all the heavy lifting that weekend, which is fine. But we'll try our best to give you live coverage of that event, where we'll give away the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy and likely crown our NDBowling.com Player of the Year at that time. All right, let's see what we have here on our featured pair. It looks like Andy Schutt versus Tony Miller. Craig Murray moved over, and he will play. Have to wait and see, I guess. Looks like Dawson Unrath is over here, so that might be our second matches. Well, looks like we're dropping a few frames. I do apologize for that. We'll see how things go. We had a pretty flawless day with the internet yesterday, but stuff like that does happen, so we do apologize. Let us know how things are looking, and if we have to cut down on the quality of the stream, we'll do that. Good morning, Marshall. How are you? Thank you for tuning in. Looks like a Craig Murray versus Dawson Unrath on the right lane. Tony Miller against Andy Schutt on the left pair. And looking down the house, looks like we have Brad Murray against Caleb Pashina, Jared Schmidt against John Breckel, Garrett Haywood against Paul Bober. And that'll kind of complete our grouping down here. This group, again, will bowl one more game in this section of the house, and then the groups will rotate. So then we will see another group for 3 games, and then the final group for the last 3 games, and then everyone kind of gets sorted out 1st to 30th, and we'll do a position round. And then following the position round, we will give away a Storm Absolute. followed by the top 5 stepladder finals, where the top player will take home a $4,000 check and a nice shiny trophy. I believe the 5th place, so if you make the show, your minimum is $1,000. Pretty good prize fund put together by the staff here at North Hill Bowl. And a big thank you to all the sponsors you see back there on the masking units. Match play, does the winner get extra pins? Yes, the winner gets a 30-pin bonus. If you tie, it's 15, and then of course if you lose, there are no pins. Match play is one of those things where if you catch people at the right time and you happen to win a lot of your matches, you're going to get a lot of bonus pins for a nice boost in the standings. Looking around, there was talk about one group that had a lot of heavy hitters in it, and that includes past champions Brady Stearns, Nick Heilman, looks like Mike Larson down there, Jamie Craig, Jonathan Domingo on that grouping, Taylor Wallstrom perhaps, Jason Hansen, Dave Ullman. In the other group, you have the likes of Josh Kennedy, Jeremiah Smith, Eric Schacht. A lot of good players here today. Matt Gasson. Good morning. Everyone said, what was the cut? You said 49. The cut was actually 32 over, and it was a tie between Jeremiah Smith and Craig Murray. And then our top qualifier on the heels of a 276 Game 8 was John Breckel. As a result, John will take home a paid entry into next season's shootout. The staff here at North Hill Bowl also gave away a paid entry to next season's shootout to the player who qualified in 20th place, since today marks the 20th year of the shootout, and that was Jason Hansen, who finished in 20th. Yeah, the cut started off at, I think after game 6 it was 29, and then it moved to 26, and then the last game it jumped to 32 as the final number. There was a lot of movement that last game. Good break there for Andy. Crossover for the double. How can you enter for the absolute? Well, if you go to the NDBowling.com Facebook page, we have pinned a post to the top of the page. It'll have a picture that looks kind of like this. And all you have to do is comment on that post using the hashtag absolute and tag a friend who you think could use one. And then following the position around here today, we will do a random draw for one of the comments to see who will take home the absolute. Following that random draw, we will contact you via Facebook to get the information such as ball weight and shipping address. And then the winner will have the opportunity to pass on the absolute to the person that they tag. So tag carefully. If that's what you want to do, you can pass it on to someone else, or take the absolute yourself. That is what we are doing today. Compliments to the folks at Storm. Do appreciate them and all their help this year, being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. First time on Facebook in 2 years. Well, we do appreciate it. Following the position round and we do the drawing, you can log back off for however long it is till our next contest. We do run quite a few contests on there. I do know I will be giving away another Storm product at the NDBowling.com Classic. You must be entered in the tournament for that one. So if you are thinking about bowling the NDBowling.com Classic and want a chance to win a Storm product, we will probably do a random draw based on qualifying finish. Something like that. But a lot of great products coming out from the Storm brands. Is match play single elimination? No, in this format it is a round robin match play. So you will bowl everyone in your group of 10, with the winner in each match receiving 30 bonus pins. And then at the end of game number 9, they will rank everyone 1 to 30 for a position round. And then after the position round, the top 5 will advance to the stepladder finals on 29 and 30, where they will then go 5 versus 4, winner takes on 3, winner takes on 2, winner to the finals against the top seed. Matt Stricker, thank you for joining us. Jeff, good morning to you as well. Appreciate everyone joining us in the chat room, as I am flying solo this morning. Might have a few people sit in with us as the day goes on and for the finals, but for the time being, it is just me. Should probably update our graphic here, as we are in game number 2. Again, 10 games of match play today, 9 games round robin within their group of 10, followed by a position round. We got started a little bit early this morning since everyone is here early, and a lot of players have a pretty big drive ahead of them after the tournament is over. Everyone decided to get started, so they started the lanes for practice at roughly 8:30 and got started shortly after that. So we are in game 2 of match play. On the right lane, we have Craig Murray against Dawson Unrath. Left pair, we have Tony Miller against Andy Shutt. Kenny slacking. We don't have Fletchy with us today. Fletchy is still in Fargo. He had stuff going on. But he will be with us at the NDBowling.com Classic in Moorhead on March 5th, where we will be live streaming the entire day 2 of that event. Watching from Las Vegas, thanks for broadcasting. We do appreciate that. Good morning. Hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. That helps our discoverability on YouTube with the whole algorithm thing they have going on. Please consider subscribing if you haven't already. Is this the only camera shot we have at the moment? Yes. We have kind of a free-floating camera around here to look down the concourse. But I wonder if we could... It's the only way we can kind of see the scores and everything clearly. As all the additional pairs bowling are to our left. So it'll feature 2 matches each game, and then for the stepladder finals we will turn all our attention to 29 and 30. Matt says a lot of big names missing the cut this year. It seems like it's that way every year just for the fact that the field is so strong. But I would agree with you. Some names that I were a little surprised that missed the cut. Josh Link, past champion, in 35th. Mike Green, a past winner of the KFYR. He's in 39th. Jason Cragen. Adam Peters is a past NDBowling.com Classic champion. Randy Peterson missed the cut. Clay Reese missed the cut. Eric Harvey, past winner here at the Shootout. Chad Nelson. Past winner Matt Smallin missed the cut. Yeah, a lot of big names. But at the same time, we're bowling on a pretty difficult pattern, a 2-6 3-to-1 ratio oil pattern. 42 feet, quite a bit of volume, so you know, certain styles don't match up the best, especially on the breakdown. And depending on what kind of products are going down the lane, you might see the ball get a little lazy on the back end, which does benefit those with a little heavier rev rate. But again, it's a matter of getting the pins when you're able to get them, when you match up and when you hit a good pair. We did notice yesterday that there was a certain follow where a lot of the players had big scores and made the cut, and then there was a certain follow that people were struggling. So it's a matter of who you're following and things like that. Yeah, Marshall, Chad did struggle yesterday for a good part of the day. He was on the back page and then had a couple decent scores there just to get into finishing in 61st. So rough day for him. Always a surprise to not see Chad bowling on day 2. Looks like Tony Miller is going to want Andy Shutt to work for it a little bit. Rough game here for Dawson Unrath as he's going to finish out in the 140s, it looks like, if he doesn't cover this split. Looks like a nice gem going down the lane there for Tony Miller. Finishes off the 184. Soft 10 for Andy. There's a roller, but I don't think it'll get there. So he's got to pick it to win the match. Pick it and get a pin. If he misses this one, then Tony Miller will steal a match. On the spare, so just needs to keep it on the lane, and he'll get the 30 pin bonus for a win. Over to our left, it looks like Brad Murray took out Caleb Pashina in game number 2 to get the bonus there. Further to our left, it looks like Jared Schmidt will take down John Breckel, 182 to 170 something after that fill ball. Looks like Paul Bober will take down Garrett Haywood. And looking at our scores, we do have a game 1 scoring update. Jared Schmidt leads it with 262, and this is a total that includes the bonus pins. Mike Larson had 254, Russ Ovey at 253, Paul Bober 250, Cameron Foster 244, Matt Gasson 241, Dawson Unrath 240, Brady Stearns 240, Ross Strand 239, and rounding out the top 10 is a tie, Tristan Clymer and Taylor Wallstrom. So those are your top 10 following game 1. Again, those scores do include the 30 pins bonus that you get for winning. Jeff, you say 144 people. There were 118 that entered the tournament. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Yeah, we're going to move on into game number 3. 3 of 10 here today. They'll go 9 games within their group, followed by a position round. thank everyone for tuning in early this morning. Again, we will be giving away a Storm Absolute following the position round today. All you have to do is go on to the NDBowling.com Facebook page and find a post with this picture. It is pinned to the top of our page. Find that post, tag a friend, and use the hashtag Absolute to be entered. And then we'll do the random draw during a little downtime after the position round while they are compiling scores and determining the final 5. Our next set of matches looks like it'll be Brad Murray against Garrett Haywood. Jared Schmidt will take on an opponent unknown at the moment. We'll see who ends up making their way down here, which it appears to be defending champion Paul Bober. And this will be the last match we get within this group of 10. And then the groups will rotate, and we'll see a whole new group of players for the next 3 games. Oh, looking at the rest of the matches, it looks like Tony Miller against John Breckel. We have Caleb Pashina against Craig Murray. And Andy Schutt against Dawson Unrath. Sean, thank you for tuning in. Barry, how many lefties made the cut? I don't see any. A few lefties had a pretty good look early and into about games 5 or 6. And then it seems like they hit the transition that kind of got all the righties in games 2 and 3. But there were a few lefties in the cut with a couple games to go. I might be joined by a lefty here shortly. Good friend of mine, Blake Wallstrom, might be joining us. Depending on how awake he is. Cragen was high lefty in 45th, yes. Austin Bernston was close for a while. Eric Galbranson in 65th, he was close for a while. It seemed like it was the case for a lot of people yesterday was everyone had that one game that was a sub 160 game that really was hard to come back from because it got to the point where the pattern, the volume really carried down lane. So then ball reactions got a little lazy. It was hard to get the corners out. I do believe on this pattern you can get to the pocket from a multitude of angles, which I think promotes a quite different breakdown, especially when you have players practicing on a pair for 10-15 minutes and then moving to another pair. It takes a few games to get everything to blend out, but by the end of the day we did see some bigger scores. We had a couple players go into the 10th frame with a shot at the $3,300 300 game bonus, but nobody did come away with that, so that pot will stay for another year. So if you were watching this event and thinking about bowling it next year, I can assure you the 300 game pot will be north of $3,000 for next year's tournament, likely being held at the end of January once again. So mark your calendars and keep an eye on NDBowling.com as we will be posting all the dates for next season as we get them. But in the meantime, there are many tournaments for the rest of the season. And just go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. We have the KFYR TV Bowling Classic next weekend in Mandan, where the Final Five will be featured live on the local NBC station in western North Dakota. Following that event is a one-ball tournament in Williston on the 11th. I do believe there's a tournament in Candu as well. And then the weekend after that is the annual Shervin's Scratch Singles Tournament in Aberdeen, South Dakota. I do believe there's a weekend off after that, and then we round things out with the NDBowling.com Classic in the first weekend of March. That is in Moorhead at Sunset Lanes. Again, you can call all the bowling centers listed on the posters, which are available on NDBowling.com, to sign up. Not sure the relation between Craig and Brad Murray. They may be brothers, but they will be bowling a match against each other at some point today, as they are in the same group. Brothers, father, son, I don't know. I do apologize to anyone who knows them, but they have to be related at some level. Again, on the right lane, defending champion Paul Bober against Jared Schmidt. If you're just tuning in, all pairs have the AB names put in, so we'll just have to pay attention to the scores as each player bowls to know who's who. And it is worth noting that 29 and 30 will be our stepladder finals pair. Interesting to see how this pair breaks down throughout the day. It's always the fun thing about these tournaments on day two is you quickly know what group you're in, and you know which players you will be bowling in a match. Looking at the players in front of us, Garrett Haywood actually qualified 4th with a 17.52. Jared Schmidt qualified 2nd. Paul Bober qualified 21st. And Brad Murray qualified 15th. So pretty strong group here in front of us. This will be the final game for this group on our featured lanes. They will all three groups will rotate following this game. So we will see a new group of players next game. Looks like we'll need a score correction. And they got it already. Fixing it up at the desk. Big shout out to the staff here at North Hill Bowl, as everything has run very well. They had a nice catered in meal down on 1 through 16 last night, where they gave away the bracket money, side pot money, announce the top 30. They do a Calcutta here as well. From what I understand, all the machines and everything ran exceptionally well. So shout out to Robert Ballard and the mechanics here that take care of all the lanes. Another very well ran shootout this season. And again, if you didn't join us yesterday, Jeff Craig was given a little award for 40 years here at North Hill Bowl. So congratulations to Jeff, one of the tournament directors here at the shootout. Looks like I have a visitor. Let's not get tangled here. All right, Blake, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Look at that. We have Blake Wallstrom in the booth.
How's it looking on this end of the house?
Well, it's a little slow starting. There were a couple big games. I know Jared Schmidt's doing well. He had a big game the first one and took the lead. Game 2 was so-so for him, but he's throwing the ball really well. But for the most part, pretty standard across the board.
Yeah, it looked like here and there was a couple like 240s down on that end, but nothing really crazy out of control.
Looks like we got some friends in the chat room. Let's see what our camera looks like. It's definitely not in the right spot. No, that's better. You can kind of see through all of our cords and everything, but the man, the myth, the legend, lefty Blake Wallstrom. Blake, give us a little rundown on how the things looked on the left side yesterday.
It's kind of hit and miss, kind of the same thing I've been seeing on other variations of this pattern. To try to play out, it'd be just really, really touchy. And then in, it just, you had to make really good shots, and just did not make enough of them. And then pair to pair is so different too. I got into a ball, thought it was really good, moved to the next pair, wasn't even close.
Yeah. Funny how that works, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, Sean, we weren't at the Open, but I do plan on heading up there next year as long as I'm healthy. For everyone that doesn't know, again, I'm hurt. That's why we have been live streaming the entire shootout this year. I am scheduled for a elbow scope in about 3 weeks, and hopefully that fixes all the issues that I have and we can get back to the lanes as quick as possible. Again, I'm Darren Cini, joined in the booth by lefty Blake Wallstrom. If you have any questions for myself or for Blake, let us know. We are in the middle of Game 3 of match play.
Looks a little more like a typical Sunday at the old CMA. People trying to play the gutter a lot more than they were yesterday, it seems.
Yeah, that seems to be the preferred route these days.
Yep.
And once again, the John Breckel, I don't know how he does it, but takes out NDBowling.com Player of the Year last year. Has a great run at the Open in Vegas, and then about 2 months ago has knee surgery. And I remember when he walked into the door yesterday, he said, "I hope I'm top 50." So what does he do? He goes out there and is top qualifier and takes home the free entry to next year. So perhaps everyone needs to have knee surgery and bowl a tournament within 2 months.
You know, it's not a bad idea. When I had mine scoped, it was like 10 days later. Was that the 10 gamer or?
I say it was a tournament in January, I feel like.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully my recovery is similar, because 8 weeks after my scheduled date, we're scheduled to go to Reno for the Open Championship. So I would like to be able to do that, but all depends on the rehab and how things feel and what they find.
I haven't seen a lot of Pearl going down the lane except
No.
for Jared. And I bowled next to him all day yesterday, and he threw that for large majority, it seemed like.
Yeah, he's done a lot of damage with that ball. I believe it's a Widow Ghost.
Looks like it, yep.
I know last year he had a lot of big scores with that ball, so a favorite for him. I always like to look around at the dynamics of each of the three groups, and it seems like there was a lot of talk about that group down on the end being the one that has all the heavy hitters, the ones you normally see in the finals and past champions, so to speak. And I believe they do a random draw here, don't they? Like when everyone gets here, they random draw for lanes, and then that kind of determines what group you're in.
Yeah, I think he just, like they have the pieces of paper up there and you just go grab one, I think. And it's just whatever lane you get is what you got.
Yeah, and so again, they're split into across the 30 lanes we have going here today. The first 10 lanes going right now is essentially Group A. The next 10 is Group B. The next 10 is Group C. And they bowl 3 games within that bay, within the house, and then after 3 games they rotate sections. And traditionally at this tournament, when certain groups rotate to certain bays, depending on who started there, you have higher scoring ends of the house and not so good ends of the house. And it's fun to see that dynamic as the tournament progresses today.
Yeah, and then depending on what group you're in, you might have Group A just all starting with urethane down there, and down here you might have all reactive on this end. You flip the end of the house, and your game plan might go out the window real quick.
Right. Sean says it's not ABC like based on day one finish. At this tournament, it is not. Everyone that shows up, they got to check in by 8:30, and then they do a random draw for lanes, and then whatever lane you draw, you grab that lane schedule, so to speak, and that's kind of determines what group you're in. I know at the KFYR next weekend they do a ABC based on qualifying finish, so it's different per tournament. Terry wondering how the Minnesota bowlers are doing. Let's see. We only have a scoring update after game 1. I should get an update here shortly. But after game 1, just kind of scanning down for Minnesota bowlers, you have Brady Stearns in 7th. I don't know where Ross Strand is from, but he's in 9th. Dave Ullman is in 17th. Jason Hansen in 20th. Ryan Savoy in 21st. Josh Kennedy in 22nd. Eric Schacht in 22nd as well. Caleb Pashina in 29th. Again, that's just after game 1. Looks like a 236 by defending champion Paul Bober, and Jared Schmidt can strike out to match him. A tie would be 15 pins to each bowler, so a very important thing here. Looks left and 310. So that win will go to Paul Bober. That will make Paul 3-0 so far today. Defending champion with a good start in match play. And a win over somebody that's probably towards the top of the leaderboard already. Looking down on lanes 23 and 24, Andy Schutt has a 5-bagger going into the 9th. Shots away, and the Booth Jinx is alive and well after the 9 count there, but it still looks like he's got, 230 left on the board. I don't know what his opponent's got there. I believe Dawson Unrath is who he's playing.
Looks like a couple split circles up there, so can't see what the score is, but it looks like Andy has that one well in hand.
And right in front of us, Brad Murray goes 8 split the last, well, 8 spare 8 for 202. So Garrett Haywood can go up here, strike 6 to steal. No, he's got to go strike 6, right? Looks like we have a game 2 scoring update. Compliments of Sue Craig. And our new leader is Brady Stearns. He had a 274. Again, these totals do include the bonus pins. So his total is 514. In second, Paul Bober at 503. And he's going to add a 236 with a win. So Paul Bober is doing very well to start. Russ Oviatt in third at 492. Josh Craig in fourth at 480. Jared Schmidt in fifth at 474. Followed by Craig Murray, Ryan Savoy, Ross Strand, Nick Haney, and Andy Schutt. That rounds out the top 10. Again, that is your Game 2 scoring update. Brought to you by the folks at Storm. Looks like the pairs in front of us are done. Let's switch on over to the rest of the house. As you can see, they're bowling all the way down. Starting on lane 3, I believe 1 and 2 is the official breakdown pair, if needed. But it's after game 3 where our groups will rotate, so there might be a bit of a delay, waiting for each group to complete their third game and then player movement to follow. And again, while we have a chance, if you go on to the NDBowling.com Facebook page and look for a post that has this picture on it, find that post, tag a friend, and use the hashtag Absolute to be entered into a contest to win a Storm Absolute. We will be doing a drawing following the position round here today prior to the stepladder finals. The comment that is picked will be able to keep the Absolute for themselves or give it to the person they tagged. And whichever you decide, we will contact you for ball weight and shipping address, and we'll have a Storm Absolute shipped out to you. So if you'd like to win one of those, head on over to Facebook. Still have time to enter that contest. Again, we're wrapping up game number 3 of 10 in the match play portion.
It's always weird walking in. You walk down the concourse and there's guys in regular street clothes not bowling, and you're like, how did that person not make it?
Right? Yeah, there were a few people. We talked about that a little earlier on the show, about some of the people that it's hard to believe they missed a cut. I mean, you got guys like past winner Richard Vitko, Josh Link, past winner Mike Green, Chris Charles, Jim Pulver, Jason Craig, and Ryan Krabenoff, who has been absolutely killing it this year. Jeff Walther, Randy Peterson.
Chad Nelson.
Yeah, Chad Nelson's way down here. Hard to believe. Same with Eric Harvey, past winner. But for all those who made it, we applaud you. How do you like that, Blake? You like that?
Fancy.
Yeah, and if you have anything bad to say, you just have to say, you know? Yeah, we have upgraded audio mixer here today. All the fun stuff, so. Andy says, how is Ryan Savoy doing? Ryan Savoy, after 2 games, is in 7th place at about 53 over. That does include bonus pins if he earned them in each match. It looks like the group in front of us was the quickest group, as all those matches are complete, but the other groups are still bowling on the low end in the middle of the house. So is it the middle of the house that's going to be ending up rotating this way, or is everyone rotating to the left? Do you know?
I have no clue.
It looks like the bowlers that were here have walked all the way down to the end. So I'm guessing this group in the middle that features Austin Descharme, Dave Ullman, Josh Craig, Matt Gasson. They will all be rotating down this way. Josh Kennedy, perhaps, Jeremiah Smith, Eric Schacht. They'll all be rotating this way. Brittany wants to know, how's Jonathan Domingo and Austin Descharme doing? Jonathan Domingo, after 2, was in 26th. Austin Descharme was tied with Matt Gasson in 16th place following game number 2. We are just wrapping up game 3 at the moment, and then we will have some players rotating down to the pairs in front of us for game 4. So what products worked good for you yesterday?
For me, I used the Zen Soul for most of the day. It was just trying to get it the shape in the right spot. Pair to pair is tricky. Catch a couple that want to hook a little earlier. But
Yeah, I was joking with Ryan Schleicher a little bit in the bar last night after the qualifying round, and he said, you know, after I threw a shot, I hit 23. I thought, wow, I can actually throw it there. And him and Eric Parby had a few jokes about bowling there as left-handers, and he's like, you know, those boards are there for a reason. You can use them. It's kind of funny. What is the old joke? You have a nosebleed because you're playing in there or something like that?
hey, yeah.
Again, a brief break in our action right in front of us as we are waiting for the other groups to finish up. There are a few bowlers that are a little more deliberate. I can see Dawson Unrath already bowling down on the low end of the house, so the group in front of us has already started their 4th game. And then we're waiting for the group here in the middle to rotate down for game number 4.
I believe it's Dawson's birthday today.
Yeah, we did mention that. What does he turn, 16?
Yeah.
Pretty good for 16, Blake. Pretty good for 16.
Yep.
A lot of youth bowlers you're going to have to keep an eye out for, and Dawson's one of them. A lot of players that we have also featured down in Alexandria at the Midwest Youth Championships here on NDBowlTV you will be seeing on shows like this. Guys like Zach Andreessen and Lucas Herzrud, for example, you will see them. I'm sure they will be headed to college and winning collegiate titles first, but in due time I could only imagine they're going to be at tournaments like this, taking our money.
They already are.
So what's next for you, Blake? Are you heading down to Mandan for the KFYR next weekend?
Yes, sir. Head down there. Oh, it's been a busy couple months here.
It always is, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It seems like every year everything piles into January, February, and early March. And then things kind of calm down as all the team stuff starts with the state tournament and the Open Championships getting going. There must be a few deliberate bowlers on this kind of group in the middle, bowling a little slower. Because, yeah, the group in front of us, they've been done for 10 minutes already, and they're already firing away down on the low end. So at the rate they're going, that group is probably going to have to wait following the next rotation.
Yeah, it just seems like that group in the middle is a little bit slower.
Yeah, that happens, but we will be underway with bowling in front of us here shortly. In the meantime, we have a free camera just to float around. We can take a look at everyone in the concourse. We do have a few people here. A few people here watching. Again, the top 30 advanced to today. The cut was plus 32, which was a tie between, I believe it was Craig Murray and Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, I got pretty congested right around that cut line towards the end yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty intense right in front of us on our featured pairs, as a few of the players were right around the cut line with the game to go. Yeah, looks like some of our players are starting to make their way down here. Looks like Eric Schacht will be on our featured pair to start. Looks like Matt Gasson stopped at 23-24, so that's where he will be. Josh Craig making his way down here. Nick Haney as well. Looks like Jeremiah Smith is finishing up against Dave Ullman, so they'll make their way back down this way. Josh Craig doesn't seem too happy. Do you know what's going on there?
No, I'm not sure. I know he had looked like he had a pretty good game two going. I don't know what he finished with, but not sure what happened there in game three.
I don't know if he's bothered by some players bowling slow or what the deal is. All I heard him say was 8 seconds as he walked by, so maybe it's I can't imagine like a machine running slow or anything, but
Maybe he's bull riding.
yeah, who knows? Yeah, some of the matches are already getting going. It looks like Dave Ullman and Jeremiah Smith are the final match we're waiting on out of that group. Looks like Rory has emerged from the office. I don't know if he's going to go talk to someone, but see what's going on with the one group. He should be underway here shortly.
Yeah, it looks like the low end of the house probably already about halfway through that game.
Right. Yeah, Mike Larson's already bowling here, and he's part of the other group, and that Jeremiah Smith-Dave Ullman match is still going on. I guess we've always known Jeremiah to be a deliberate bowler, but perhaps Dave is as well, and maybe it's a very close match. I can't see the scores. I don't know what's going on. I appreciate the Kingpin reference there in the chat room. I'm always a fan of Kingpin quotes. Josh Craig moving down. Looks like he's stopping at 27 and 28. So as it stands, we have Eric Schacht in front of us, and that's about all I know. He will be on 31 and 32. Looks like Russ Oviatt is down here. He will be parking out on 25 and 26 for the time being. Tristan Clymer on 27 and 28. Okay, it looks like that other match was Josh Kennedy and Austin Descharmes, so my guess is that group has just the collection of bowlers that like to go a little slower, and as a result, their matches against each other are probably going to take a little longer. Like you said, I would guess that group down there on 2 through 10, it would be 2 through 12, something like that. They're all probably halfway through their fourth game already.
Well, while we're waiting for this one to start, I'm going to take a walk down there and see if we have anything exciting going on.
Okay, just so you know, here's your mute button if you ever want it, and you're good to go. Yes, Ishmael, welcome to my church. That is exactly what I say when I walk into Reno. Reno's National Bowling Stadium. We have a long-running group because, you know, I'm bald, and it's just so fitting my right arm is injured, so everyone calls me Roy in our group, and I call Mike Larson Ishmael. That's just how it is. And that guy right there, you can see in view, the guy wearing the pink shirt, that is Ishmael. He is also a big Kingpin fan, knows most of the quotes there. All right, looks like Dave Ullman will be down here. He'll take on Eric Schacht in game number 4. Nick Haney is in front of us on 29 and 30, likely waiting for Josh Kennedy, Austin Ducharme, or Jeremiah Smith. We'll see who comes down this way. All right, it looks like Josh Craig against Tristan Clymer. We'll have Nick Haney against Austin Ducharme right here in front of us. Eric Schacht and Dave Ullman on the pair to the right. It appears Josh Kennedy and Matt Gasson will be bowling on 23 and 24, and Jeremiah Smith against Russ Oviatt on 25 and 26. So, Blake, what'd you find out down on the low end?
Most of the pairs are like 4 frames in. On 3 and 4, Caleb Pashina and John are through 7, and they seem like they're throwing a lot of strikes.
Yeah, and John's a quick bowler. He's just like me. I like to get into a rhythm and go. And I feel like most of that group is the same way, and that's why they're way out in front of the other groups. Yeah, thank you for that. I do hope the doctors find everything and fix everything that I have going on. I'd like to get back out there and bowl soon. The goal is to try to get to the Open Championships in Reno. We bowl at the end of April. So it'll be roughly 9 weeks from the surgery date. We'll see how rehab and everything goes, and hopefully we'll get back out there and hopefully pain-free, right, Blake?
Hopefully.
I've heard people like you bowling a week after getting your knee scoped. I've heard some people not bowling for 3 months after a simple scope procedure. So it all depends on the person, I believe.
Yeah, I think it matters what's all wrong, too.
Yeah, that is true.
Mine was just cleaning up some extra tissue that was in the way, and nothing had to be repaired or anything. It was just kind of cleaning it up. So,
and from what I understand, based on the MRIs and X-rays, structurally there's nothing wrong with my arm. I do believe, like you said, there's cartilage, there's tissue, there's something in the wrong spot to where as I extend my arm, it kind of like rubs up against certain tendons, ligaments, whatnot, causing inflammation, and then that ends up going towards the nerve, and you lose, strength in your arm, all sorts of stuff like that. They're going to go in there, they're going to clean out bone spurs, they're going to clean out everything, and then hopefully everything is fixed. Let's see, you're going to go out there the first week of May. Yes, it is a great time to go out to Reno the end of April. We normally hit up a few of the golf courses down there. It's still a little cold to go up to Tahoe. We still make the drive up there, but it's not the destination that you would think until more into the late May, early June when it gets a little warmer in the higher elevations. But still a very, very nice place to go. I love going to Reno. I don't know about you. As a lefty, you should like that house.
Yeah, I don't know. There's everywhere you go, there's always something to do. And
That is true, yep.
I haven't got up to Tahoe yet. That's something I might look into doing this year. We'll see.
When do you guys go? You go in the summer, don't you?
First week of June.
First week in June. Yeah, it'll be really nice to go up to Tahoe. And I've been to Tahoe in August when it was really nice out, and it gets pretty full up there. There's a lot of people. Still some snow up in that elevation, yeah. And from what I hear, they have a ton of snow in the Sierras this year. I believe upwards of 11 to 13 feet so far. And right in front of us, it looks like Eric is playing kind of up the gutter, kind of where we're normally used to seeing him play. Is he throwing urethane like he likes to throw? It appears so. Again, I wonder if the volume that's out there is kind of coming into play as far as the success with urethane goes. Good spare there for Austin. Again, Austin was the winner in Manitoba 3 weeks ago and did qualify for the Canadian national team out in Montreal the week before, so it's been a pretty good month for him. Another really fast bowler is Mike Larson. He's a guy that likes to get up and go. That match is already in the 6th frame. Shot there by Dave. Good early double. Appreciate everyone joining us early this Sunday morning here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Blake Wallstrom, calling the action here on day 2 at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the 20th annual. It is a balmy -4 outside. Pretty cold this morning.
Yeah. Always seems like this weekend. It was nice for what, last month?
Yeah, it was like 30 degrees for a long time. There was actually melting going on, which doesn't quite happen in January here in North Dakota, but it was happening this year. But then all of a sudden, you know, the tournament comes around and we got to be negative and super cold. About par for the course, though. I wonder how much the fan above the players is going to have. I don't think it's just a standard ceiling fan, and that is way back before the approach. I know it seems like it's probably over the approach, but it's on this side of the screens. It's right above the table, right there in front of you. So I don't think it'll have that big of an effect. All the fans are running throughout the center.
Looks like a couple of the guys made the adjustment they need to. Started out, lots of spares on this end.
So in your experience, when you've bowled match play here at the Shootout, do you see a big difference from bay to bay based on what group started there and bowled their first 3 games, and then you make that move? Do you see a big difference?
I personally don't.
Obviously, you're left-handed, so.
But yeah, you do see a difference. It's kind of like monkey see, monkey do. Like you'll be down on like 1 through 10 or whatever, and you'll see a bunch of people playing urethane up the gutter. But then you'll come down here and people will be throwing like surface in the track.
Sure. I've always found that interesting about this tournament is you bowl together with your group, so you don't normally see what the other groups are doing. And like you said, you could have one group that is playing chalk up the track for all of practice and all of their first 3 games. Well, then when you rotate to that section of the house, all of a sudden the lanes are drastically different, and you have to make big moves on the fly. I think you'll be able to see that in the scores too. Certain players will have like a decent 3 games, and then they'll have a rough 3 games, and then a decent 3 games, just depending on what section of the house they're bowling in at the time.
Yeah, a lot of times you see like on our featured pair, you just get, you know, spares for the first 3-4 frames until they try to figure it out, make the move that they need to do.
And again, our matches in this group will be Josh Kennedy against Matt Gaston on 23-24, Russ Oviatt against Jeremiah Smith on 25 and 26, Josh Craig and Tristan Clymer on 27-28, and then in front of us we have Nick Haney against Austin Ducharme and Eric Schacht against Dave Ullman. Eric Barbie in the booth. Good to see you. In the chat, I mean. Thank you for tuning in. Says hi, Blake. Doesn't
Hi.
care about me, but hi, Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Blake, is he ever a popular player around here?
IQ is either I get it in, it dumps and just doesn't make the order, and if I get it out, it just rolls early and goes to the face. Because all the pearls are puke. Pop.
A little bit of questioning from your brother there.
Yeah, a little ball wrapping.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, worked out yesterday for him. I think it was, I would say like game 4. He came down, was telling me what was going on, and I looked at the rack on my pair, and there was a lot of venom shocks. And I looked at him and said, well, it looks like you want kind of a benchmark ball. Have you tried your IQ?
Yes, that would be the equivalent.
And he looked at me and goes,
Oh, trip 2 for Eric.
actually, I haven't tried it. And then he came back down a couple games later, and he went like 220, 230. So
Very
I
nice.
think he went 100 over the last 4 games after switching. So
And we finally have a Game 3 scoring update following the little bit of a delay with this group here. Leading the way, defending champion Paul Bober at 758. Brady Stearns, 757, so just a 1-pin difference between those two. Ryan Savoy in third at 729. Andy Schutt in fourth at 711. And then the mainstay here at the Shootout, Nick Heilman in fifth. He's making his move again after 297, so he probably shot 267 and got the bonus. At 710, tied with Russ Oviatt. Jared Schmidt in 7th, and then Craig Murray in 8th, Brad Murray in 9th, Austin Ducharme in 10th. That rounds out your top 10. That is a Game 3 scoring update.
Yeah, it seems like there's just that occasional big game. Other than that, if you can stay right around that 2-teen area, you probably have a pretty good chance of winning.
And it looks like over on 23 and 24, Josh Kennedy had control of that match, but goes 9 miss in the 6th frame to let Matt Gasson back in there. Then Josh Kennedy flags the head pin on the very next shot. 5 count. Austin Ducharme's got the Mike Fagan type jersey going on here. What did they call him? The Argyle Assassin back in the day?
Yeah, it was really fun watching him bowl.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, back in his run there, losing at the U.S. Open to Pete Weber, and didn't he win the Masters, I believe? He won the Masters one of those years, and perhaps a couple other titles. Hoping for a 7-10 conversion on stream here by Eric, but that'll have to wait. Somebody will convert it on stream sometime, right?
You would think after hundreds of hours of film, somebody will do it eventually.
Oh, maybe. No. Looks like Austin converted the 4 split earlier in this match. That's the second time that's been done this weekend on our featured pair. Yeah, I believe Mike Fagan lives in the Minneapolis area, or he did just recently. I don't know if he's moved since. I believe he now works in finance and stuff like that. Does other things. I believe he's still involved with bowling in some form. Yeah, and in the green here in front of us, Nick Haney. He was one that shot, I believe he shot like 230 the last game. Yeah, 236 over here on 33 and 34 at the end of our stream yesterday to go from 14 over into the cut. Always nice when you can get that big game when you need it at the end of a qualifying block. I know there's been a few cases. Wasn't it the year you won the K-Fire where you were like 100 under or something through 4 and you managed to go like 760 or something the last 3 and you got into the cut or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, I made a big run. That was the year I had the purple hammer.
Oh, yeah. The last time you were able to throw that.
Yeah, I pulled that out. Shot huge. Had a big last game to make the cut, and then went on a nice little run on Sunday.
Yeah, very nice. And no, to answer the question in the chat room, we will not be broadcasting the KFYR Bowling Classic next weekend. The rights for that one are definitely in the hands of the local NBC station, so you will be hearing from Lee Timmerman, likely Brian Gehring in the booth, along with perhaps Darren Helbling. He's been in there with them too. So, yeah, Eric Harvey, let us know in the chat who you think Blake Wallstrom beat that year in the KFYR TV final. The winner to that question gets nothing, but pride maybe. Eric Harvey, do you know? Eric Harvey still looking for that elusive Grand Slam finisher, which is a title at the KFYR TV Budweiser Bowling Classic. He's got all 3 majors aside from that one. Looking for the final of the Grand Slam. Perhaps we'll see it sometime, but good luck to you, Eric, in that endeavor. Hopefully we'll see you next weekend down there in Bismarck. Oh, looking across at our matches over here, it looks like Josh Kennedy 134 in the 7th with a spare up in the 8th. Matt Gasson just opened the 8th for 117, so Josh Kennedy with the advantage there. Russ Oviatt against Jeremiah Smith. Looks like Russ has a spare up in the 7th with 132 and just had a 7th count in the 8th. Jeremiah Smith double 7th and 8th frames, so very close match there. Josh Craig against Tristan Clymer. Josh Craig up in the 10th has a chance to shut the door. Tristan has a possible 201. Josh with a possible 203. Close match there. And then the ones in front of us, you see here, looks like Dave Ullman will take the match over Eric with a 224 game there. Eric can only do 218 with a strike there. So still 2 good games. Unfortunately, somebody has to lose that one. Austin Descharme and Nick Haney in a close match here on one of our featured pairs. And shout out to everyone who's joined us this morning from cold Minot, North Dakota, here at North Hill Bowl for the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout match play round. 10 games of match play before we determine our final 5 for the stepladder finals. Again, I'm Darren Cini in the booth alongside Blake Wallstrom, bringing you live coverage once again. If you haven't already, please smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. So we'll be here until the last ball is thrown today. Looks like an open from Josh Craig results in a 191, but Tristan Clymer was not able to capitalize. Goes 9 spare 5 for 176, so another win for Josh Craig. Russ Oviatt has 152 in the 8th with the strike up in the 9th. Jeremiah Smith now up in the 9th frame, looking to close out that match. He will have an opportunity first. Looks like Josh Kennedy will get the win over Matt Gasson on 23 and 24. Is either Murray still in the tournament? Yes, both are still in the tournament, actually. And via the Game 3 scoring update, Craig and Brad Murray are in 8th and 9th, respectively, at the moment. They were part of our first group we featured this morning in games 1 through 3, so they have since rotated down to the low section of the house, I believe lanes 3 through 12. So we will not see either of them until the position round. If they are in the top, I would say in our view, we'll have the top 6 to 8 right here in front of us. Did scores reset for the match play? Yes, everyone reset to 0. You get separated into 3 groups of 10 and bowl round robin matches within your group, which will result in 9 games, with the winner receiving 30 pins. After the 9 games, all players will then be lumped together and ranked 1 to 30 for a position round. And we will have the 1-2 match happening on 29 and 30 right in front of us. The 3-4 match will then go over to 31 and 32. The 5-6 match will be on 26 and 27, and then they will just move the matches all the way down in order by place all the way down to lane 3. So that's how they will do the position round. So right in front of us, we'll have the 1-2 match and the 3-4 match in position round. Okay, Austin Ducharme has a chance to steal a match here. Trip 2, maybe? No. So Nick Haney will come away with a victory after going double 7 in the 10th for 209. The best Austin can do now is 194. Again, we're wrapping up game number 4 here in match play. 4 of a total of 10 games here today before we cut to the top 5. As you can see by that shot for Austin, it just seems like as this pattern breaks down and the oil gets migrated down lane, that 30 mils is really visible on the ball reaction towards the back end of the lane once you see the breakdown go. And as a result, you get leaves like that for Austin with the bucket, just a little lazy down lane. I've seen a lot of players then ball up after a few games just because of the volume as it starts moving around. Looking over at the Jeremiah Smith-Russ Oviatt match, it looks like Jeremiah Smith will take that one as he doubles in the 10th. A strike here on his final ball will be 232. The best Russ Oviatt can do at the moment is 212. And there's a strike there for Jeremiah Smith, so 232 is the official score for him. He came into this match in 28th place after 3, so big boost there for Jeremiah. He still has time to climb the standings. Russ Oviatt was in our top 5, tied with Nick Heilman after game 3, so he'll post a 2-teen game, although it will not come with bonus pins. Looks like moving on to one of our featured pairs is Josh Kennedy, who led for a good portion of the day yesterday. He will be on the pair to the right. Looks like Matt Gasson moving on to lanes 29 and 30. He will be on the pair to the left. With the people moving around, I do believe that means a possible Russ Oviatt sighting on our featured pairs. We will see. I do believe it's going to be Eric Schacht against Josh Craig on 23 and 24. it looks like a Russ Oviatt, Josh Kennedy match on the right. I believe it's a Tristan Clymer, Matt Gasson match on the left. Yeah, I do agree with you. I do miss the old Capitol lanes in Bismarck. Those were the days back when I was a junior bowler. We bowled there quite a bit, and then they shut down not long after my junior days. So I do believe that aside from Midway lanes, there's 10 spot lanes. Is that still running down there in Mandan? But those are the two centers in the Bismarck-Mandan area. Good shot there. I do believe this is our first look at Matt Gasson, regional sales manager for Storm here in our territory. I feel like yesterday his pair skipped over our featured lanes here, so we never did see him at any point during the qualifying round. I believe we did see Russ and Josh across the day yesterday, as well as Tristan. A lot of talented bowlers here this weekend. This tournament usually produces a very strong field from a wide range of states across the area. One thing I will find interesting about Tristan is he showed up to Carrington a few months ago when we were bowling, and he showed up with two different arsenals. This guy can throw two-handed or one-handed, and he's got an arsenal for both. I find that pretty impressive to be able to do that. Talk about being versatile. It's one way to do it. Well, let's see where these players did qualify. Josh Kennedy qualified in third yesterday with 1753. Russ Oviatt in fifth, 1746. Matt Gasson in 14th at 1691, and Tristan Clymer in 16th at 1681. So all four of these players had a pretty good day yesterday to get north of 80 over. The cut was 32 over, 36? 32 over, yep. Tied between Jeremiah Smith and Craig Murray. Tough spare there for Josh Kennedy there. The 9 was back there. 3, 9, 10. Always a difficult spare to pick up on a house shot, let alone something like this. Looks like Matt is throwing the new 900 Global Eternity. It's a ball I'd like to get my hands on eventually once I'm able to bowl and we're healthy again. That ball looks really good. A lot of people say it a little bit stronger than the old Altered Reality that was eventually replaced. Got to get there. 4-9. All right, and just like that from Stu Craig, we have a Game 4 scoring update. And leading the way now, we have a new leader in Ryan Savoy with 1,015. 2017 champion Nick Heilman in second at 985. Andy Schutt in third at 975. John Breckel in fourth at 962. Brady Stearns in fifth at 954. Paul Bober in sixth at 924. Russ Oviatt in seventh at 922. Jared Schmidt in eighth at 907. Brad Murray in ninth at 900. And Josh Kennedy rounds out the top 10 at 878. So we have a new leader in Ryan Savoy. And again, that is your Game 4 scoring update, if you want to see that, Blake.
It kind of looks like that middle group. Bunch of the guys that are down there right now are saying that they're having problems like with hang spots and stuff. I think there was a lot of urethane going down the lane on that specific group.
Sure. Yep. And just looking around, I know Russ would potentially be throwing it. Eric Shack likes to throw urethane. So just looking around this group that was there in front of us, it would make sense if that's going to be the toughest section for bowlers to get scores. It looks like current tournament leader Ryan Savoy is in that group, as well as Nick Heilman, so we'll have to monitor their scores as they go. I was just talking about earlier, it looks like Matt Gasson's throwing the new 900 Global Eternity. What are your thoughts on that ball? Do you plan on getting that one?
Yeah, I'm
coming out.
Yeah, interested in that one. Also interested in the TNT.
Yes, that's a new benchmark ball it's supposed to be for Rotogrip.
A big, I believe it's just a big, strong, symmetrical solid.
Which would be right around that benchmark piece. I believe the numbers are similar to the Phase 2, as it's got a low RG and a medium to high differential with that symmetrical core. So it would make sense as Rotogrip wanting to get that big benchmark piece in their lineup. A lot of great pieces out in the SPI line. I know I'd like to still get my hands on an exotic gem before too long, as I can throw, of course. I'd still like to get an infinite physics. A lot of people like that ball. It's been rolling really well for a lot of people.
Yeah, we had a demo day here on Thursday night, so I got to try out some of them.
Yeah, what'd you throw?
I threw the Absolute. What else did I throw? Some of them I already had drilled. But I guess the Absolute was one of them that I was really interested in, so I was throwing that one a little bit.
Looks really good. I like that ball.
Yeah, I was watching him throw a couple games on Friday night, and definitely looked like that one was going to go down the lane at some point this weekend.
Yep. Soviet on the split. Looks like both players on our pair to the right here kind of struggling to find a decent look. Looks like some sandwiches are left over from the little dinner the night before. Those are available at the desk for all the bowlers and everyone here. And again, for those of you just joining us, you've got roughly 4 games or so to get entered into that contest to win a new Storm Absolute. Just go to the NDBowling.com Facebook page. There's a post pinned to the top of the page that says Absolute Giveaway. All you have to do is tag a friend, comment the hashtag Absolute, and you'll be entered. Following the position around here today, we will give that ball away via random draw. One of the comments will win it. Still have time to enter. So how's your brother doing down there? Because he's been rotating this way, so I haven't seen him yet. How's he doing?
Still struggling.
Yeah, it looks like he's in 21st on the Game 4 scoring update.
Yep. And then he just bowled Brady Stearns. And they both had buck 60s.
Yeah, that looks like a tough section of the house. I mean, you got Brady Stearns, you got Nick Heilman, you got Ryan Savoy, all there. So 3 of the top 5 are currently coming out of that group. And we will see that group kind of migrate down towards the lanes in front of us here following game number 6, I believe. That's how it works.
Yeah, he was one of the ones I was obviously down there trying to help. He got into a spot where it'll either hook early, or if you get it to where you think you should, it wiggles and never makes the corner.
Sure.
So trying to get in a different zone.
And it looks like Josh Craig's got a good game going here. He's got 139 through the 5th frame with a strike up in the 6th. Then he's facing Eric Schacht, who's struggling a little bit more this game. Looks like a 111 in the 7th. And the only thing good about that score is it used to give you a free drink down in Fargo when I bowled down there. If you had 111 in the 7th, they gave you a free drink. I don't know what the significance was, but in a scratch tournament, I don't think they're happy with that score. Still has 200 left on the board, but we'll need to work for it. Yeah, Blake.
Come on.
Oh, let's see what matches we have going on over here. Nick Haney against Dave Ullman. Austin Descharme against Jeremiah Smith. And you see there, Jeremiah looked over at Matt, wondering how the what's your take on lane courtesy when it comes to match play? Do you just kind of let the match around you bowl and then you go, that kind of thing?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really affect me. Like, I don't need any extra space or anything. But I think once you get into the flow of it, most of the time you have 2 lanes anyway.
Right. What's your take on lane courtesy for like a qualifying round? I know I talked to Andy about it yesterday because I feel like the way they do it on tour with, you know, you alternate a guy on each side of you needs to bowl before you bowl kind of thing.
Yep.
It works really well when the whole center does it.
Yeah. Like, I'm good with whatever, but it works out way better if everyone's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Because if you get everyone's doing 1 lane, and then you get somebody that wants 2, next thing you know, they're backing off the approach like 6 times because somebody keeps jumping them.
Yeah, as long as the whole house goes by what is requested, I think it works really well. When you get half the field doing one way, half the field do the other, then you have so big differences where it's hard to keep up.
And like, it's just like if you have that one person that wants something different than everybody else, it seems like it slows it down more than.
Yep, absolutely.
If you get everyone doing like 2 lane, for instance, everyone gets in that rhythm where it just works out better.
Yep.
But then if you have one person, or even like a pin jam or something, kind of throws it off a little bit, and it takes a bit to get back into the groove. But my biggest thing is I can't have somebody that, like, I'm watching all the time bowling right next to me.
Yeah, or like 2 lanes away. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. Like there's somebody you want to follow and you want to know how they're doing, and then it just ruins your focus to just enough to.
Oh yeah, you're on the approach watching their shot go down the lane. You're like, all right.
You can tell how strong the mental game is here in the booth between Blake Wallstrom and myself. There's certain people too, if they wear like really loud jerseys, and I catch them out of my peripherals. So it depends on who's around you, like you said. And when you have the move like they did yesterday, where the whole pair moves with you, you're always around the same group of bowlers. You kind of develop this understanding of who wants what, so to speak, and it makes it a little easier as you go through the group. Whereas if you do the rotation of left, left, right, right, you're around different people all day.
Yeah.
And it depends. Everyone has their way. Everyone has their preference.
Yesterday, I think there was a group of bowlers that were a couple pairs in front of me. They were bowling quicker than everyone too.
Really?
Like kind of today, where we had that little bit of weight. There was a group that we were in like the 5th frame. They were already moved on.
Yep. Yeah, there's a section of the house yesterday that had like 4 straight pairs had 7 on them. And when that got to us in front of the booth here, there was a little bit of a delay, but everyone following them was always done by the time they finished, so it worked out.
I had to do a little like internal search. I was like, are we bowling slow?
Yep.
And then I looked around and I was like, well, everyone's in the same spot we are. I think they were just really quick.
Well, it looks like here on our featured pairs, it looks like Russ Oviatt's got to find something here. Riding the struggle bus in 31 and 32. Unfortunate split here for Matt on 29. 10th frame is not the where he wants to do it. He had 240 left. We'll need to convert this to get in the 220s. But nonetheless, he'll get the victory and move on with this 30 bonus pins. It looks like Josh Craig just opened the 10th for 230. He will still get the win, but again, a little rough opening the 10th frame when you have a big game like that going, and too good of a split conversion attempt there for Matt Gasson. 209, he will get the win, but surely will not be happy with the final result there. You call, we haul service. I believe that's Liam Naylor. Thanks for tuning in. What are the scores for the Austin match? I see Jeremiah Smith has a strike up in the 7th with working on the spare in the 8th. He has 118 in the 6th. Austin Descharme has 127 in the 6th with a spare up in the 7th. So a slight advantage for Austin Descharme at the moment. The next ball you see going down 28 will be that of Austin Descharme up in the 8th frame. Yeah, strike there for Austin Descharme on lane 28, so he will carry the 9-pin advantage into the 9th frame working on a strike. Josh Kennedy over here on the right looks like he will, at the moment, looks like he will get the win. Nikki and Travis, thank you for tuning in. Where's Fletchy? He's in Fargo. He had other things going on, but he'll be with me in Fargo at the NDBowling.com Classic here in about a month and about 5 weeks. I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend, left-hander, Blake Wallstrom. Blake, we need to I need a way of introducing you. Do you want me to introduce you as the 2020 champion of the KFYR? Is that how you want me to address your Minot local bowling Hall of Famer? Is that how you want me to, what's what's your preferred title?
I don't know. Lately, it's been I don't know, Bigfoot. You heard about him, but he's never bowling, never around.
Yes, we have a comment in there that Josh Kennedy kind of looks like Jacob Buttriff. You are correct. I don't know if he approves of the comparison. I have not talked to Josh, but I see the resemblance. Although Josh bowling does not make my hand and wrist ache by watching him. All right, looks like over here, Dave Ullman, 224. Nick Haney still has a chance to beat him. He struck the first shot in the 10th. If he gets the next one, he will win that match. He must have a strike here, the second ball in the 10th. Jeremiah Smith will spare in the 9th. Austin Ducharme has a double going into the 10th, so advantage Austin in that match. Right in front of us, Matt Gasson defeats Tristan Clymer 209 to 175. And Josh Kennedy will get the win over Russ Oviatt over here with a
strike down there.
What's up?
Said he got the strike down there.
So Nick Haney will indeed defeat Dave Ullman. He just needs to keep it on the lane. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people wish their scores resembled his for sure. He's a machine when he gets going. And when you can do that out on tour, that's pretty impressive. Looks like Jeremiah Smith is throwing an exotic gem over on 27 and 28. Again, a ball I'd like to get in my hands once healthy. But I'm sure by the time I'm fully healthy and ready to bowl, there will be more releases out there and and more products to choose from. So.
Yeah, I just finally drilled mine up this week.
First thoughts?
So far, I like it. I didn't throw it much. I tried a couple shots with it. It just wasn't. I don't think the ASIM was the way I wanted to go for this tournament.
Sure. All right, so one more game for this group on our set of lanes in front of us. And then the groups will do one more rotation throughout the house. We will see the last group down towards the area where we are featuring at the moment. And again, after game number 9, they will order everyone 1 to 30 for position round, where the 1-2 match will happen on 29 and 30, which is the championship pair. 3 and 4 match will happen on 31 and 32 to the right. And then 5-6 will happen on 27-28, and then they will just take the bowlers and order them all the way down to lane number 3. So that's how the position round will go. Again, that position round will feature the winner getting a 30-pin bonus. And following the position round, we will cut to the top 5 for the stepladder finals. Liam, you want to know how Jonathan Domingo is doing after game number 4? Unfortunately, Jonathan Domingo is in 30th, which is last place today. Still a great tournament. I believe the last casher gets $300, which is $75 more than the entry fee. So pretty good payout provided by the folks here at North Hill Bowl this weekend. When you make the cut, you're guaranteed to make $75 over your entry fee, which is something I think a lot of players appreciate. So if you don't have the best day 2, you still are walking away with more than your entry fee. Austin Ducharme up with a double in the 10th. He can now strike on his fill ball for 237, so a good game for him. Add the 30-pin bonus, and that is a plus 67 on the game if he strikes his next ball. Matt Gasson moving on over to 31-32. He will take on Dave. Oh no, Dave Ullman's going to go over to 29-30 against Josh Craig. Matt Gasson will potentially take on Jeremiah Smith perhaps, or Austin Descharme on 31-32. We will see. Is Brady Stearns bowling? Yes, he will be in the group that rotates down to this end of the house starting game number 7. Jonathan Domingo didn't get a fresh haircut for bowling, so it's hurting his performance perhaps, but I know nothing about getting a fresh haircut before a bowling tournament, so I couldn't tell you. Blake, do you have anything to add in there? I mean, you're the one with hair.
Wow. I was just thinking how much money you save.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to the booth cam, the duck butt is in full force here, Blake. I like it. Didn't look like it took too much gel today.
No, it's nice and short.
Did you get a fresh haircut? Was that the reason you didn't make the cut, or
No, that was a couple weeks ago.
weeks ago?
Yeah.
Well, like you said, at least I'm saving money because I can't imagine how much it costs to cut your hair anymore these days. Oh, good spot for that for Josh Craig if you want to leave a 4-9 anywhere. So again, Josh Craig against Dave Ullman on our left pair. Matt Gasson awaiting a opponent at the moment, which we believe will be Jeremiah Smith, because I see Austin Descharme is moving down to 23-24 to take on Russ Oviatt. Tristan Clymer against Eric Schock. And Josh Kennedy will then get Nick Haney, I believe is how it's going to work out here on 27-28. That'd be all that's left, unless Nick Haney is down there, but it looks like Russ against Austin at the moment. Yeah, Eric Harvey in the chat room instead of bowling is indeed weird. I would agree with that. But I do appreciate Eric tuning in and everyone else. I do appreciate all the comments in the chat room. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button, smash the thumbs up button, turn on notifications, do all the things. I appreciate all the support. There are other options to support as well, as we do have channel memberships for anyone who feels so inclined to support NDBowling.com. It's a $1.99 membership that is billed monthly, and you are highlighted in the chat. You get priority for answering questions, etc. So many ways to support if you want to. It all is appreciated. So officially in front of us now, Jeremiah Smith against Matt Gasson on the right. Josh Craig now up in the second frame after a quick double by Dave Ullman. Josh has been bowling well today, from what I've seen. At least getting his wins and all that. So Blake, how important do you feel is the pre-shot routine, and what's your go-to pre-shot routine? And I only thought of this because I see the Tristan Clymer putting the chamois up on the ball return. That's always been kind of a signature move from him. But what's your go-to pre-shot routine?
Mine's always just always have the rosin bag before I go. Get up there, wipe the ball off with a chamois. Deep breath, get on the approach and go.
Yeah, there's really not much else can change once you're up there, you know. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's kind of just once I get up to the ball return, then it's just try to focus on the shot and throw a good shot.
Yeah, you have some people like Brady Stearns has the the shoe brush, take the ball, does the tap with the, the heel, and then go. Like, everyone's got their thing. Let us know in the chat room. What's your go-to pre-shot routine? Is there anything you do that's unique? Let us know. I like to wipe the shoe down, because when you go to play at certain bowling centers, it feels like you have gravel on your shoe each time.
Yeah.
Something I like to do. Again, different for everyone.
I like to be quicker.
I agree. I'm a rhythm bowler.
Yeah. I don't like standing up there and thinking about it too long. Just go throw a shot.
Ooh, look at that kick of the 10 by Dave Ullman.
Yeah, that was a nasty messenger.
Yeah, at first it missed, and then it kind of hit the wall and tomahawks it out of there. It's pretty nice. Thomas, yeah, that is a good pre-shot routine if it's coming from you. And speaking of Thomas, I will be in Bismarck on Friday, so if you want to hit up lunch or anything, let me know. I have my pre-op appointment for getting my elbow scoped on Friday in Bismarck. So I will be in town. I think that appointment's in the afternoon, so I could come down early if you want to hit up lunch. Let me know. Everyone wants Blake and Eric to come to Manitoba next year, and if I had any say in it, I would say you guys shouldn't miss that tournament, because lefties do quite well in that building. So I would say yes, go to that tournament.
My plan's to go next year. Just, we had a chance to take my dad to Packers game at Lambeau for his first time ever seeing a game at Lambeau, and so we kind of took advantage of that, which then, like I said, weekends are pretty booked up for these couple months, so that was one that decided to stay home with the fam.
Very nice, and I'm with Blake. I'm going to try to get up there next year as long as I'm healthy. I got to get my share of Smokes Poutineery. You got to get the best poutine in town. I don't know if probably not the best poutine in town, but if you Canadians could give me a route to the best poutine in Winnipeg, let us know. Always up for good food when we're up there. I believe they shut down the Smokes Poutineery down the street from Chateau, so I'm going to have to go somewhere else to get it, but still, good place.
Probably a lot different up there. I haven't been up there since, what, probably 2019?
They had the tournament in 2020. I don't know if you were there, but that was the year Michael Makala won it. Right before COVID started was the last year of the one-shift 10-game qualifying format. Well, it looks like Josh Craig got his work cut out for him on one of our featured pairs here against Dave Ullman. A poutine tour on Friday night next year. Now that sounds, it sounds great, but it sounds like I might not feel that well for bowling the next day if I'm loading up on cheese curds, fries, and gravy. But you never know.
Hey, carb load.
It might be worth it. We'll see. Perhaps, Sean, since you're not bowling, you can deliver from Smokes Poutineery. As Andy Mills has shown up again, he had some issues going on with his eyes. I told him you should probably go to the local walk-in clinic, and I told Rob to send him the address, and I believe he went down there and he took care of that. he was looking pretty rough there for a while, so whether it was a pink eye thing or not, when I got here this morning, we took care of the entire set with alcohol wipes and everything else, so you're good.
Need safety goggles over here.
All right. Sean says he might be working the tournament. Well, that's fine. You can still deliver to the hotel after the tournament's over, or to the bowling center, you know. Got to earn your keep, Sean. This is part of the contract. If you want me to come up and bowl the Manitoba Open, you got to provide things like this, you know. Only as it pertains to Sean. Everyone else, they do enough. Sean. Again, big thanks to everyone who's putting in the comments on the Absolute contest. You still have time. We'll take a quick look here. We currently have 241 comments on our Absolute giveaway post on Facebook. So head on over to the NDBowling.com page on Facebook. Find the featured post on the top of the page, which is a giveaway for a Storm Absolute. All you have to do is tag a friend and use the hashtag Absolute to be entered, and following the position round, we will draw a comment at random, and the winner will take home a new Storm Absolute in a ball weight of your choice. Thanks to the folks at Storm. They are the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And I can't wait to head down to Storm HQ in the end of April following our visit to the Open Championships in Reno. Conveniently, Storm HQ is on the way. They're just north of Salt Lake City, so I can't wait to visit Storm HQ and meet all the folks that I've been in contact with over the last few months. I don't know, Blake, we might have to take a quick break from the booth here and grab a sandwich or two, you know? There's about 500 of them sitting on the desk at the moment.
Yeah, tower of sandwiches over here.
Right? So speaking of food, Blake, what's your go-to meal before a tournament? Do you have any certain cuisine you like to have night before or morning of, aside from maybe an energy drink and a stop at a gas station?
No. Can never go wrong with a good steak.
That's right, yep. Don't you guys go to a nice steak place up in Winnipeg, like Earl's or something like that?
I thought it was good, but apparently we were told that that place is not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. So where's your go-to place for a steak here in Minot? I know we don't have a top-end steakhouse, so to speak, but if you were to go anywhere for those that come to the shootout, where would you go for a steak?
I'd go Longhorn.
Yeah, I would agree. I would also recommend Whiskey 9 if anyone comes to town. It's a new place that sells gourmet food. Nice, like, mixology sort of bar drinks they have there. They also have a golf simulator. It's a place that just opened up in the last couple of years. And, yeah, they have, I believe they have a prime rib night on Friday nights at Whiskey 9. So hit up that place if you come to the shootout. Very good. Sean says the Keg in Winnipeg is a place. Very nice. Bowl 800s, is that a Mike Harris sighting?
That might be a Mike Harris sighting.
Mike Harris, are you okay watching bowling? Are you okay? Are you doing all right? Hope all is well in Jamestown at IDK Bar and Grill as well. Looks like Dave Ullman making a move right here in front of us. Only missing once in 7 frames. Again, this is game number 6. I just failed to update the graphics. Game number 6, so after this game, this group will then rotate down to the low end of the house, and then we will have a new group in front of us that will feature, looks like your brother.
Yep.
Also Ryan Savoy, Brady Stearns, Jamie Craig, Mike Larson, Jason Hansen, they're all in that group. So
And your Jinx is still alive and well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What jinx is that? I have many. Oh yeah, Dave Ullman, yeah.
Yeah,
Dave's got a great game going and then goes to a 10.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Dave, if you watch the replay of this one. Oh, and yeah, and Nick Heilman's in that group as well. Can't forget the guy that makes every stepladder final here. In case you're wondering, he has made 7 of the last 9 stepladder finals here in Minot, which is a record that I believe is unmatched by everyone except I think Brady Stearns is got a record that's getting close because he's got a win. He's made probably 5 stepladder finals in the last 7 years, so those two kind of run the show around here. Maybe we'll get a Stearns-Heilman match in front of us if they haven't bowled together already. Mike Harris, we miss you too. Hopefully you come out to a tournament at least to just hang out. I will invite you down to Aberdeen because I will be going down there to hang out with everyone, although I can't bowl. I will be down in Aberdeen to hang out. It seems like a lot of guys from Minot are going down to that tournament. Should be a fun time this year. So, Mike, if you have some free time, drive on down. It'd be nice to see you. Great tournament down there run by Vern Myers and the staff at Village Bowl. One of the several tournaments coming up, including the KFYR TV Bowling Classic next weekend in Mandan and the NDBowling.com Classic in a little over a month at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, Minnesota. Please call the bowling centers to sign up. Good shot by Josh Craig. So he puts up a double to add to that now a 4-bagger. What's he got left? 226 up on the board. And if Dave goes spare, it's 221. Strike spare. So Josh still in this match after that opening from Dave in the 8th.
Put a little pressure on him.
And Jeremiah Smith misses the spare, so advantage Matt Gasson in that match. Shot there. Can't see what's going on our matches down there, but it looks like Rosoviet is up in the 9th, working on a 3-bagger. But a good game going by, who's the other guy in that match?
I think Austin
Descharme.
Yeah.
Austin's got a decent game. He opened the 7th with 152. So I do believe it's slight advantage for Oviet in that match. On the pair to the right, Eric Schacht is about to throw his fill ball. If he strikes, which he didn't, that'll be a 186 for Eric. I believe he's going to lose that match to Tristan Clymer, who has a double going into the 10th with 152 in the 7th. So he's got that match locked up. Pair to the left, Josh Kennedy throwing a shot on 27 to a 4-9. Sorry about that, Josh, for coming to your pair at the wrong time again. But if he opens here, he'll have roughly 153 in the 8th. And his opponent is Nick Haney, correct? Who has a double in the 6th and 7th, only has 60 in the 5th. So still slight advantage for Josh Kennedy at the moment. Dave Ullman goes 4-3 in the 10th frame for 205. That means Josh Craig's going to have a chance to step up here in the 10th and steal that match. And Josh, you can thank the booth here at NDBowlTV for the opportunity as we casted the black cloud over Dave. In that one, you can see most of the people are migrating down this way. They're going to be rotating to this section of 10 lanes. So got quite a few people here at the moment. Gaston now up in the 9th, working on a 3-bagger. That one was just a little late getting to the pocket for a 2-8. Still in pretty good control of that match. Any advice on how to rebuild my game if I'm trying to ditch the wristband? I haven't bowled in a year due to an injury and want to get rid of the wristband. Well, I would say start with a lower weight and try to, you know, build strength in the wrist. If maybe that's the issue you have going on, I would start with a lower weight and slowly work your way up to what is comfortable. And then I would also recommend bowl a couple games with the wristband, take the wristband off and bowl a couple games. Go back, you know, your next practice session, bowl with the wristband, and just use that wristband as a way of building muscle memory. That is my advice. I don't know if you would offer up anything different.
That's pretty good advice you give right there.
I know a lot of people like to, when they ditch the wristband, they like to go back to it as a way of retraining them, you know, wrist position and this and that. So use it as a tool.
Josh with a big comeback that game to steal the victory.
Another win for Josh Craig. I do expect to see him move up the leaderboard. He was in 11th after game 4, and he just went win-win in a 220 here with the win. Will put him in really good shape. Again, this is our last match for this group in front of us, and then everyone will rotate. We will get the group of Ryan Savoy, Nick Heilman, Jason Hansen, Brady Stearns. Looks like the group that was in front of us right away, they are already starting to bowl in the middle of the house since that group is out. The group in front of us was kind of the slowest group, so the players will be waiting for this group to finish up. Is Cameron Foster bowling? Yes, Cameron Foster made the cut. After game number 4, Cameron was in 12th, and I do believe he will be in the group coming this way the last 3 games of match play here, so keep an eye out for him. There was talk earlier in the day when they were drawing lanes. It's a random draw. The talk was that this group coming to the lanes in front of us was, quote, the heavy hitters, or the past champions and the big qualifying scorers. It's just kind of the way the random draw worked. Looks like Jeremiah Smith will finish out with a 170, perhaps, depending on his fill ball. Let's see if Matt can finish this game out and shoot 230 in the 10th frame to go along with a win and 30 bonus pins. And gets the 10 out. I think he might have been surprised the 10 got out there. Bonus ball, Matt. Bonus ball. So how's everyone doing? Tell us in the chat room where you're tuning in from. Do appreciate everyone tuning in today. Just about 200 strong. And let me remind you again to head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page and get entered into that absolute giveaway. Look for the post pinned to the top of the page. Comment, tag a friend that needs a new absolute, and use the hashtag absolute, and you will be entered to win. And we'll give that ball away following the position round here today. Shaker 7 for Matt Gasson. He'll be on the spare for 225. 225 and a win is still nothing to hang your head about. In good shape. Kent Worthington says, anyone get the 300 game pot yesterday? And that'll be a negative. We had quite a few players get to 8, 9, and one player even got to 10 in a row, Jason Hansen, but was unable to convert. So that pot will live another year. So if you are out there thinking about bowling the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, keep in mind that 300 game pot will be alive next season, likely at the end of January. Snowing in Ontario, two hours east of Toronto, cheering on Austin. Yes, Austin is a member of the Canadian national team after qualifying at the team trials in Montreal a few weeks ago. Did win the Manitoba Open as well. He is doing well. Somebody's not happy. Who that may be. Let's update our graphics to game number 7 since some of the group has already moved in here. Looks like on our featured pair, we're going to have Brady Stearns. Do you know who this gentleman is against Brady? Is it Ross Strand, perhaps? I don't know everyone, so I do apologize, but I feel like he crossed our qualifying pairs yesterday. That could be who it is. Sorry, Ross, if that isn't you. It looks like we have Cameron Foster against Mike Larson, who I call Ishmael, on the pair to the right. So a couple pretty good matches here coming up. Looking down the grouping here, Nick Heilman against Jonathan Domingo on 23-24. I see Jason Hansen against Jamie Craig on 25 and 26. Taylor Wallstrom against, who else is waiting to come down here on 27 and 28? Do you know, Blake?
Maybe Savoy?
Yeah, Ryan Savoy. He's the one that's not bowling in front of us. Yep. So then it would be Brady Stearns, Ross Strand, and Mike Larson against Cameron Foster. Ben Muse, thank you for tuning in. Hope you're well. We'll see you next weekend in Bismarck. Caitlin from Medicine Hat, Alberta, do appreciate you tuning in. Sean, yeah, Brady's not playing the twig. I've seen him win this tournament from playing fourth arrow. But I do normally see him up the ditch.
He was on the twig for the first, I think, 4 games.
In our talk with Nick Heilman yesterday, he said he always pulls out the tenacity or a ball similar and plays the gutter on day 2. He said that in the 2 years that he ditched that plan were the 2 years he didn't make the show. So he said he doesn't care what happens. He's not ditching that plan. He's playing up the ditch, and I'm sure we'll see him in one of the next 2 games as he is down on 23 and 24 currently. The entries are rolling in on our giveaway. We still have a couple games to go. I know the post says entries close at noon. That was kind of a guesstimate as to when the position round would be happening. Position round will probably be ending roughly around 1 o'clock. So you'll have until that position round is over before we cut off entries to the absolute giveaway. Thank you to the folks at Storm for allowing us to give away brand new product. And we are up to 1,781 subscribers on our channel. Thank you so much for those who continue to subscribe and support. Let's see if we can get that number up to 1,800 before the end of the day. We only need 19 of you to hit that subscribe button. Blake, are you subscribed?
I am subscribed.
I was going to say it'd be kind of awkward if you weren't.
It would be.
It is free to do so, so please feel free if you haven't already.
I would be willing to bet I was one of the first.
Perhaps, yeah. I believe Brady is throwing the new RotoGrip TNT. I don't know of another ball in the line that is that bright.
I believe that's what he went to earlier that I seen him throw.
I don't know. It looks too bright and it looks a little
Might be
dirty.
a-
It might be an old ball that he's throwing. I don't know.
Might be a Helios.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, it looks a little too bright and too used to be a TNT.
Yeah, I think that is an idle Helios.
Ooh, got lucky tripping out the 7 there.
Because the TNT is like a two-tone, orange and like reddish.
Sure, yeah.
Orange and
Yeah, a little darker is kind of what I was thinking. So what are your thoughts on the idle lines? You've been around long enough to throw, you know, I never threw the original idle or the idle pearl, but now they have the Helios, the Cosmos, all those. What are your thoughts on that line?
I think it's been a great line. I really like the original and idle pearl. I still have both of mine kind of somewhat retired right now. The Helios, I was a little unsure for a while, but it's one of those balls that the more you use it, little lane shine, I think it looks better.
Sure.
But that Cosmos has been looking real good. So.
Yeah, a lot of people have really said good things about that. Let us know down in the chat below, what is your favorite Storm product bowling ball, including all the 900 Global stuff and the Rotogrip stuff. Let us know. What is your go-to Storm ball or your favorite line of Storm products, so to speak? I've been really impressed with the Reality, the IQ Tour. The Phase 2 is still a potential GOAT ball to me. It's so good.
Yep. I would say the IQ and the Phase 2 just have to go in the bag all the time.
They're a perfect complement to each other as well. I like it. Again, my sample size is pretty small since I'm not able to bowl at the moment. But the Rotogrip Bandit, the Paradigm, that would be a comment from Thomas Wolf. Anything in the cell line? Yeah, a lot of people like that cell line. X Factor. Now we're getting back into the older ones. I'm waiting to hear some people drop some El Ninos and some of the products from way back then. Code Black, OG Idol. Yeah, I would agree there. My favorite ball back in the day was the Victory Road. I love the T-Road line. I love the Road series in its entirety, but the Victory Road stands supreme to me. Actually still have one of those in the bag. Thanks to my boy Matt Small, he found one for me. Ultra Zone and the Physics Disturbed. Bet you Eric Parby would agree with you on that one. Phase line is good, very nice. Sunstorm, yeah, they did the special edition. Has anyone had the special edition ball in the chat room? How's that been, the Sunstorm? I know they didn't throw many of them, but I've seen a lot of them go down the lane.
So I think Josh just drilled one.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
The OG IQ, I would agree. The IQ line in its entirety has been very good. I didn't really match up well with the Fusion, but they had the gold IQ ball for a while. They had the Emerald. The IQ Tour is still hard to beat. Rotogrip Shatter. That was a good ball back in the day. Again, midway through Game 7, following Game number 9, we will take a brief break while they tally scores and get everyone set up for position round. Then we'll be on the way. T-Road Pearl, yeah, also a good ball. Marvel Pearl, a lot of people like that ball.
Yeah, that was a popular one for sure.
Thank you, Sean. I would like to remind everyone that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. that's why we are asking, what is your favorite Storm products line or specific ball? Let us know. The Rotogrip Uproar, yeah. I feel like the new Rotogrip TNT kind of resembles the Uproar in colors and all that good stuff. Liam, don't make me boot you from the chat room. We're going to talk about motive in here. Hey, if Thomas Wolfe can hold back, you can hold back too. You know we're just giving you grief. It's all right. Everyone's got their favorite equipment, right? Well, the good thing, Kent, is most of those balls that were banned were barely banned due to the, I believe it was the polish used, and they've since changed the polish and have pretty much replaced every single one of those with a new release. So all those balls are just as good. They just have a new name now, so that's good. Yeah, the Marvel S was also really good. I did throw an Uproar back in the day before NDBowling.com started and we started going with specific brands. Yeah, the High Road line. I'm surprised it took so long for people to talk about the High Road line. The High Road was good. The High Road Pearl is also a very good ball. Looks like Blake has a visitor. Sean's talking about the shift line. Like that had to be around the time where I went to college in 2005, 2006, somewhere in there. Crazy to believe it's been that long, but a lot of good products over the years. Let's look around and do a quick update on the scores. Taylor Wallstrom, 126 in the 5th, has a strike in the 6th, about to cover a 8-pin he's left there. Or 4-pin. That was a 4-pin. He is bowling against Ryan Savoy, who's got a 3-bagger going into the 8th frame. Looking down, Jason Hansen, 112 in the 7th, just struck in the 8th. I believe he is facing Jamie Craig, who has 154 on an open in the 8th. So slight advantage for Jamie Craig at the moment. Nick Heilman just busy doing his thing with a 4-bagger going into the 8th. And just as I say something, he misses the head pin to the right for a 7 count. So for any of you bowling this tournament, just try to avoid the featured pairs or avoid doing anything noteworthy so I don't notice it. And yeah, you'll probably bowl better. How's Austin standing this game? Unfortunately, that group has moved all the way down to the low end, so I am not able to see how anyone is doing, but once we get a Game 6 scoring update, I will update everyone with the scores. I haven't gotten a scoring update since Game 4, so we should be getting a Game 6 one momentarily. And in front of us, Cameron Foster with a 4-bagger. And Mike Larson on the spare there in the 8th frame. Slight advantage for Cameron Foster at the moment. Brady Stearns looking pretty good on the pair to the left.
Ryan Savoy was one of the ones yesterday. They made a run at the 300 pot.
Yeah, right on our featured pairs here. At the front 9, and then kind of got it a little wide. I believe he left a bucket combination.
Looks like he's basically doing the same thing he was yesterday, just sticking with it, and it's been working.
Yeah, I think you're referring to Ross here in front of us, Gary. I will say that over the years, we've always had 29 and 30 as the championship pair here at the Shootout, and I can tell you I've probably seen more games bowled on this pair than most people, and I can tell you that these two lanes have played drastically different over the years. So I can definitely understand the back and forth type game that he's having. And just like that, we have a scoring update thanks to Stu Craig. A Game 6 scoring update. Your leader is Ryan Savoy at 1465. Brady Stearns at 1488 or 1448 in second. Looks like we're dropping a few frames. I do apologize for that. Hopefully everything is all right. In third, Nick Heilman at 1431. Paul Bober in fourth, defending champion at 1402. Josh Craig moved up to fifth at 1380. Jared Schmidt in sixth, tied with Andy Schutt at 1368. Dawson Unrath has moved into eighth at 1359. John Breckel in ninth at 1354. And Craig Murray rounding out the top 10 at 1349. Right behind them are Russ Obiet and Austin Descharme. So Austin Descharme is currently in 12th. And roughly 50 pins off the show. How's everyone looking? Are we still doing pretty good, or are we still dropping frames? Let me know how it looks. Let me know how it sounds. We didn't drop any frames yesterday, but lightning can't strike twice and have an ideal day 2 days in a row, right? Looks like we're dropping a few frames. Hopefully the internet kind of levels out for us. We are able to continue on.
Looks like Jamie opened the 10th frame for a 182, but Jason Hansen also struggled in the 10th, and Jamie Craig's gonna come away with the victory on that one.
Okay. Always nice to get those wins when you struggle, you know. That's kind of the difference in the tournament for a lot of people. Unfortunately for Mike Larson here on the pair to the right, he is going to come up short against Cameron Foster. He's got a chance at 223. Cameron Foster's already got 226 on the board. Right in front of us, Brady Stearns will notch up another win. Taylor Wallstrom in good shape, but he can still lose that match.
Yeah.
Savoy will need to double in the 10th. So your brother Taylor finishes out at 233. Ryan Savoy still has 237 on the board. He will need a double and 6 to win that match. That is on 27 and 28. So the next ball you see on 28 will be that of Ryan Savoy. He needs a double and 7 to win. Double and 6 to tie. Brady Stearns rounding out a nice 210. Another win for him. Brady is a past champion here, Storm Regional staffer, and the owner of a 900 series. Well accomplished at this point in his career. And I do believe it was last year he made a deep run at the Masters, which included matches against the likes of Jason Belmonte and company. I believe he finished top like 12 or something like that when it was all said and done. It was a really good run at the Masters, so congrats to Brady and what he's been able to accomplish over the years. He is the defending champion going into next weekend's KFYR Budweiser Bowling Classic. Again, we will not be live streaming that event, but you can tune into the NDBowling.com Facebook page where we will provide updates on the stepladder finals as it happens. That is about the best we can do. Again, that is next weekend in Mandan. If you would like to bowl that event, please call Midway Lanes to sign up. Carol says, where's Josh Kennedy standing at? After game number 6, Josh Kennedy is in 13th place at 13-18, so he's roughly 60-70 pins off of the top 5 cut at the moment.
Savoy, tournament leader, sneaks out a 1-pin victory.
Wow, yeah, so Ryan Savoy does go double 7. He got exactly what he needed to defeat Taylor Wallstrom by 1 with a 234. That should only extend the lead since he did get Brady by 24 pins there, and they both got the win. So Ryan Savoy will remain as the leader. And just like Taylor's saying, that is the tournament within the tournament here, is you can shoot 230 and lose, and the pair to the left, Jamie Craig, had 182 and 1. Like, that is the beauty and the downfall of match play.
I don't know anyone that's ever won all 10 games and missed a stepladder.
Right.
Just got to win, get the bonus pins.
When you won down in Mandan, was it a day where like you ran people over, or did you catch people at the right time and got wins? How was your like match play section of that tournament?
That tournament, I basically just had like 2 teen every game and was able to sneak out victories. I believe the only match I lost was to Eric Parvey in position round.
Wow.
But I think he was so far ahead that I would have had to beat him by like 100.
Sure.
To get it. And then I was kind of in my own little spot too, where I would have had to lose by like 60 to get.
So yeah, the position around probably didn't even matter for you at that point. You were stuck in the 2 spot for unless something extremely drastic happened. So
Yep.
all right, looks like in front of us now we have Mike Larson. Is he up against Nick Heilman here? And then Taylor Wallstrom against Jason Hansen. Those are our 2 featured matches at the moment. And yes, if you're wondering, this is the brother of Blake Wallstrom, who's in the booth with us. About to bowl here up on lane number 32. And then, of course, Nick Heilman, the guy everyone is familiar with on our shows here at Minot. Playing the same line he probably plays every year, and it looks the exact same. Doesn't matter what pattern he throws on, it's the same thing. He had an incident yesterday where he was going to get the switch thumb out of his ball, and a ball comes flying out of the return, and it smashed his ring finger like right on the pad to where you would apply hook, and he said he was bleeding for a couple games as he crossed over our pairs in front of the booth here. And surprising that he's still able to bowl as consistently. Does not get the trip on the 9, but it looked pretty gnarly. He came into the booth. Yeah, he's dabbing it right now with like a napkin every time he comes back. So
That's just never fun.
No.
Smashing your finger.
Yeah, he told me yesterday he glued it shut after it happened, and he got it to stop bleeding, and looks like he's having issues with it again today. We'll see if that bothers him going forward. We only have a few more games to go, and then we cut to the top 5. I'm sure everyone out there who's been a bowler in a tournament like this has had some sort of issues with, you know, calluses and blisters and whatnot, hand problems. Endersby said the best year was when I won throwing plastic up the gutter at the KFYR. Yeah, that year, the way the breakdown happened, it turned into like a reverse block, and I believe it was you against Matt Smallin in the final, and everyone was throwing plastic, and I don't know if it was the best show for KFYR that year. It was a struggle bus on TV, that's for sure. Thomas said Blake had the purple ball. Yes, he did. That's all you need to know. Unfortunately, Blake can't throw said purple ball anymore. I don't know if that makes him sad, but I'm sure he's happy where he's at. Look at Jason Hansen. He was one of the players yesterday who had the front 9. He actually converted the 10th ball, but was unable to finish off the 300 for the big pot.
Yeah, he said that was the most nervous he's been in a long time. He said he was shaking a little up there.
And a guy like Jason, you wouldn't expect that, but it's the amount of money. And I told Rory, I was like, the pot's getting to the point where the money is going to cause people to not get it. And it's going to be really hard to get it. And it's going to keep growing. And that's why they talked about possibly different ways to present that 300 game pot to maybe see it go out and back down to normal levels. But we'll see what the staff here at North Bowl decides to do next season, as that pot will be totaling up to $3,600. Shot for Nick. Unfortunate open there for your brother on 32. Yeah, Kurt. Yeah, Dave Burgess did win a car once. Back in the old days here, they gave away a car for a 300 game, and Dave Burgess did throw a 300 game at state tournament to win that car. That happened to be sitting outside the bowling alley at the time. So, how would you like to throw 12 shots back and then walk outside and have the keys to a car? Well, that's what happened back in the day. But at the time, I believe that tournament might have been held on the house shot. That is the difference in the car as opposed to this. Because on a house shot, you can still throw a pretty bad shot with all the nerves up there and still strike fairly easily. But I'm not sure. Regardless, it's an impressive feat to be able to win a car.
There's a lot of
300 game.
A lot of stories from like tournaments overseas and stuff like that. I believe it was Tim Mack. I was listening to a couple podcasts where he was on there, and he was talking about overseas bowling some of the tournaments and shooting 300 for crazy prizes.
Yeah, I believe Russ Meyer even won a boat back in the day too at one of these tournaments. What kind of car at the time? I believe it was a Pontiac. One of the red, like
Grand
sporty,
Prix?
yeah, one of the red sporty Pontiacs back in the day, something like that.
Whose kid is that?
Yeah, whose kid is that? Blake. Can you tell that kid to be quiet? That is Blake's kid.
I could tell her to be quiet, but she'd probably yell no even louder.
I know the feeling. Blake and I are both members of the Girl Dad Club over here. Capital Lanes, I thought, had some of those big prizes way back when. That is possible. That's possible where the boat was. Not sure where Russ won the boat, but back then they used to basically have that was how they would promote the state tournament around here, is they would have this big prize for a 300 game, and then whoever gave it away would just have an insurance policy in the event that it got won, so that nobody's out a ton anyways. But it has been won a couple times. But those days are definitely long gone with the current prices on things. I don't think people could afford it. Soft 10 for Nick, but seems like he's having a hard time on that left lane. Again, this pair right in front of us, used for the championship pair, has always been one of those that is quite different from lane to lane. Thomas confirms Mort Sport Marine gave away the boat. Yes, that sounds about right at Capital. We do miss Capital Lanes. I did love bowling in that house. Blake, did you ever bowl there?
Just a couple times.
Okay. I believe Thomas Wolf, he was one of the mainstays in that place. He might have kicked a ball return or two. Dave won a Grand Prix, yes. Yeah, they used to get so many teams for state tournament. I remember back in the day, North Hill Bowl would have this like temperature meter over here that would show how many teams were signed up for state tournament, and it would keep growing, and they would try to get, you know, a certain amount. And I don't know if they get even close to that for state tournaments anymore, but there used to be so much money involved in the state tournaments here in North Dakota that when you're giving away cars and stuff like that, it seems pretty crazy. Just a couple times. A kick in the ball return at Capital Lanes. Mike Larson moving right along here on lane 29. Mike walks back saying, Nick who? Nick is the mainstay here. 7 of the last 9 stepladder finals at the Shootout. And winning in 2017. He's been in the final match, I believe, 3 other times where he fell short. So, the guy you will always see towards the top on day 2 as long as he qualifies. With the same ball as well. Thomas said Capital Lanes closed in 2004. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just like an office building now, isn't it? For those of you familiar with Bismarck, over by the Texas Roadhouse, right across the interstate, by that new stadium bar, something like that they have over there. Always enjoyed how that place was set up with the pool tables behind the settee area and the counter kind of in the middle of the bowling center. It was a interesting setup. Always enjoyed bowling there. Old wood lanes. Uh-oh. Flip it. Ooh. Bonus. It's a state health building now. Yeah, that ball's just getting lazy down on the back end for Taylor. You just can't find the shape.
Yeah. Kind of had the same problem all day where he gets it in a little bit, it just goes. He gets it out, it hits that little hang spot, and doesn't quite make it back.
And of course, the second I say something about Mike, he splits on the very next frame. Blake, I think we should just stop talking, perhaps. What position is Taylor in? I think someone was asking about Dawson Unrath as well earlier. Currently, Taylor Wallstrom is 20th after Game 6. Again, we're in Game 8, so there's not a game posted in there. After Game 6, Dawson Unrath was in 8th. So Dawson's sitting in pretty good shape at the moment.
And Taylor shot 230 with a loss last game.
And just a heads up to anyone who has entered into the absolute giveaway. I will be cutting off entries starting when the position round starts. We will cut off the entries. So if you haven't gotten your entry in yet, head on over to Facebook, find the contest posted on the NDBowling.com Facebook page, where all you need to do is tag a friend and use the hashtag absolute, and you'll be entered into a contest where we will give away a Storm Absolute following the position round here today. So head on over to Facebook and do that quick. There's still time to get your entry in. And if you are the entry that is drawn, you have the choice to keep the Absolute or give it to the person you tagged. So you have options there. If for some reason, maybe you already have an Absolute, or you just want to be nice to someone else. And speaking of Dawson Unrath, I do believe it's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Dawson. The 16-year-old is bowling day 2 of a major in what I would argue as one of the strongest fields that we see all season long here, covered by NDBowling.com. And right on cue is...
Speaking of his birthday, we got cupcakes.
We have cupcakes coming into the booth.
Thank you.
Let's see. We'll snag the pink one, you know. There we go. Should we show everyone what's going on? Yeah, we got cupcakes to celebrate Dawson Unrath's birthday. So happy birthday to Dawson, and thank you for the cupcakes. See, be nice to your local streamers. I like the gifts to the booth. What position is Brad Murray in after 6? Brad Murray is in 20th. Craig Murray is 10th after 6.
Let's see if Taylor can get the ball to shape on this lane.
Yeah, Taylor's got a possible, 212 left?
He absolutely crushed the 5-pin on the last shot.
Ooh, got the 10 out. I don't know how he got the 10 out, but it's gone. So if Taylor strikes out, he's got 212. A strikeout from Jason Hansen, it's 213. So a big match going on here to the right. Looks like advantage Mike Larson at the moment in our other featured match over a slightly injured Nick Heilman.
Looks like Savoy just down there doing his thing. Oh, did not get the 10 out that time.
Okay, so that means Taylor's going to have a 2-0, which means Jason Hansen just needs good count and to fill it, and then good count again. Doesn't need to double or anything, but he's working on a spare, so count on this first ball is definitely important. I guess they would call that, what, an 18-pin fill to tie, a 19-pin fill to win. Jason Hansen is one of the main guys running the CBAs down in Minnesota. Big shout out to him and all he does down there with the live streams, with running the tournaments and whatnot. And a 7 count is not good for Jason Hansen. That's going to result in a loss for him. But again, the guy that runs all the CBA stuff, shout out to what he does there. And if you're in the Minnesota area and want to bowl a tournament, they have one a month. Check out the CBAs.
Yeah, your tournament leader just keeps on cruising over here. Ryan Savoy looking like he's going to be in the 230s, 240s with another win.
Yeah, over Cameron Foster, too. So that's a big game there. Can you see what's happening in the Brady Stearns-Jamie Craig match on 23-24?
In the 7th, Jamie has an open. He's sitting at 143. And Stearns has a turkey. And he's sitting at 66 in the 4th, it looks like, with a turkey afterwards. So,
Okay.
looking advantage Stearns.
All right, that wraps up the matches in front of us. Mike Larson, 245 over Nick Heilman's 206. And then, unfortunately for Jason Hansen, a one-pin loss to Taylor Wallstrom. I guess that makes up for Taylor's one-pin loss to Udila, who's 2 over here. What was that?
Savoy.
Savoy, yeah. Bowling giveth and bowling taketh away, right?
Savoy went 234, 247, plus the
Yeah.
30 bonus pins.
He's probably way out there now. Yeah, and if you're the top seed in this tournament, you're guaranteed, what, $2,500? I think that's the payout for second.
Yeah, I believe so.
And it's $4,000 on top. So claiming that top seed is a pretty big deal.
Not to mention the bonus money for the old Calcutta.
Yeah, depending on who owns them. Everyone around here is having Dawson Unwrath cupcakes, including your daughter.
Yeah, she's probably covered in frosting.
Who looks exactly like your wife, by the way.
It's probably a good thing.
That's what I tell everyone about my kids. They definitely don't look like me, and that's a good thing. Although the second one is starting to resemble me more and more, poor kid, but we'll see.
Also at the Calcutta, Greg with the Lucky Strike Lounge, they added $2,000 to the Calcutta.
yeah, that's something to note.
So,
Just right on the top, huh?
yep, just
Oh.
added to it.
And then when they do the totals, do you know offhand what the percentages are, 1 through 5? Is it like 35 the top, and then
40, 25, 20, 10, 5.
the rest is the cut goes to the house, right?
Yeah, it's like
It's like a 5% cut or something like that is what
Yeah.
it comes out to be.
I think
Yeah, as long as neither get my hair. Luckily, they're girls, so that I don't think I have to worry about that. If I do, then there would be a problem. And Ken Fletcher, don't you have to work or something? Is there, you're not here for a reason, so I might have to boot you from the chat room. Miss bowling in Minot when you lived here? Yeah. It's always a good place. Always a good staff. Thomas, we're going to have to boot you from the chat room, too. You guys better be careful. It's too early for hair jokes around here.
they started a long time ago when we were talking about haircuts.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm used to it. I don't have any hair. It's fine. And speaking of hair, we've got a Game 7 scoring update. And Ryan Savoy, as expected, is leading by upwards of 40 pins over Brady Stearns. Paul Bober in third, Nick Heilman in fourth, Josh Craig in fifth. Austin Descharme has moved into sixth. John Breckel in seventh, Craig Murray in eighth, Russ Oviatt in ninth, And birthday boy Dawson Unrath is in 10th. That rounds out your top 10. Matt Gasson is in 11th, Josh Kennedy in 13th. I know people are asking about Cameron Foster is in 14th. Let's see, John Domingo is in 29th. Mike Larson is in 24th, so that kind of rounds out the people who are asking. They were asking about, so let us know if there's anyone else you want to know what their scores are. Just please head on into the chat room. Let us know. Brief break here while we wait for players to rotate over to our featured pairs for the 9th and final game of match play before the position round. After that 9th game, we will have a brief break to compile scores, and we will put everyone up 1 through 30. 1 faces 2, 3 faces 4, 5 faces 6, and so on for the position round. After that position round, we cut to the top 5 for the stepladder finals here on 29 and 30. Lance asked, did any lefties make it to today? No, they did not. And one of those lefties is sitting with me today here, Blake Wallstrom. Blake, what would you say contributed to the lack of lefties bowling today?
We're just with no room. You got to hang on the outside, and then there wasn't a lot of push in the middle.
And then I guess without the added traffic to kind of give you that bump room,
Yeah,
it never developed. That's usually the case, and unfortunately in a game of bowling, I feel like for the left side, it's like a feast or famine type thing. You either have it the whole time, or else you don't have it right away, and it gets there for the righties, and it.
And that always
Tough.
seems to be the problem for tournaments. Like people making the patterns and stuff, they give it to us right away, then it's probably gonna be a bunch of lefties in the top. And if they don't give it to us, then I'm sitting in the booth with you.
Hey, I actually have an excuse, though. I'm hurt. Let's see. He says, what is the leader averaging? Well, currently the leader is at 1729 through 7 games, but that total does include match play point wins. So if you have a win in your match, you get 30 bonus spins per win. So it's kind of a skewed number. So he's 329 over through 7 games. Again, that's not a scratch score, so it's hard to really say what they're averaging without separating those values.
I believe Stearns just beat Jamie, shot 225 with a win, so
Still loses ground to Ryan Savoy. So those two seem to be kind of separating themselves a little bit, as Brady Stearns had a 30-pin lead on Paul Bober, the defending champion, in third. But again, Paul is bowling in a different section that we cannot see, so I don't know what was going on game 8. We are moving into game 9. Let's hurry up and go fix our graphics before. Looks like we haven't dropped any frames in the last half hour or so, so it looks like our connection has stabilized a little bit. Again, shout out to everyone who's joined us today. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. That helps us quite a bit with getting discovered on YouTube, as well as subscribing. It is free to do so, and that does help us. And if you haven't already, please share the stream with everyone you know on social media. We are down to the last couple games of match play, and then we'll be into the stepladder finals, where we will crown a champion and give away $4,000 and a crystal trophy I think they're giving away this year. I think I'm going to step away from the booth for a quick second, grab a couple sandwiches, and I'll be right back. Blake, you need anything?
I'll be good for now.
Drink, food, anything?
No, I'm good.
All right.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to start game 9 here. Looks like on our featured pair here, we're going to have Stearns and Jonathan Domingo on the 1.
You know, Blake, I would like to point out that for all the grief that I get for bold predictions, currently 4 of my 5 picks are in the top 6.
There you go.
And the one that I didn't get, he didn't show up.
That will happen.
So, for those of you who read the preview articles and like to send me emails and all sorts of messages about the bold predictions, I did pick Austin for the Manitoba Open, and he won the tournament. I think I got 3 of the 5 in the stepladder finals, and we're on pace for potentially 4 of the stepladder finals in the bold predictions. So I know how you all love those. Just gonna point that out.
We're keeping track of percentages.
Yeah, that deserves an applause. What is Savoy throwing? That is a good question. I believe he was throwing motive stuff yesterday. I thought he was throwing a Venom Shock for that game that he had the front 9.
He's been throwing the Venom Shock the whole time.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what he's been throwing all day. Looks dark ball, though.
Except for now.
Yeah,
Apparently he switched.
Yeah, that's something different. I don't know what he's throwing.
But I'd say for qualifying yesterday for the 8 games, I think it was like 7 of them he threw Venom Shock.
Well, thanks for that, Sean. Do appreciate that. I'm glad you guys like the preview articles. I do only do those for the 4 majors. It's kind of been the traditional thing that I've done, but I've always used the bold predictions as kind of a way to maybe boost someone's confidence if we pick them, you know. And I like to pick the players who are bowling well at the time, that kind of thing. reaching the final game before we cut off the entries for the Storm Absolute. So one last time, I'm going to bring this up here. There is a post on the NDBowling.com Facebook page that looks a lot like this. Go to that post, tag a friend, use the hashtag Absolute. I know it says on there that the entries close at noon, but we will let the entries go until the conclusion of this game, right before we start position round. And then once the position round is over, we will do a random draw for one of the comments to take home a Storm Absolute. Compliments of the folks at Storm. They're the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. So head on over to Facebook quick, get your entry in before we cut off our entries. There are currently 282 comments, so thank you to everyone who has participated. Do appreciate that. Let's get back to the bowling, because that's what you're here to see.
I believe the ball that Brady's throwing is the Helios. Still trying to see what Savoy's throwing now. Not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a dark ball that I can't really see the markings on very well.
It almost looks like, is it like one of the quantums that's all black? Or
Yeah, I don't know. Like even the markings are dark on that one, so it's really hard to see. I mean, you're more than welcome to walk up there if you want to be. Looks like Jason Hansen throwing an exotic gem. Good piece.
looks like we got a little delay for a pin in the gutter on 31.
I guess we're going to take the pin fork down and get it. How are they going to do that? I suppose Stu has already left. He had to go to his other job. Yep, there. I see the pin fork. They're trying to. What are they doing?
Not sure what they're doing.
Yeah, we're setting up the 110 for Brady Stearns.
The ever popular 110.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why we're setting up pins here. Maybe there was a miscommunication because Rory's on his way back there.
Brady just says, I'll take care of it myself.
Yeah, Brady's over it. Oh, and the pin fork came down right as the ball went by. And and they shut off the sweep. That's what they did back there. So the sweep is shut off because Brady's trying to reset it. Because that's what's possible on these machines is you can shut off the table or you can shut off the sweep or both. Kind of a safety feature. I don't know the thought process behind setting up a 110. But, hey, maybe they thought that's what was called back. BBS Bowling says, where can I go to see the current standings? The only place I know that would post the standings would be the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page. They were posting standings yesterday by taking pictures of the sheets that we get. We go through the standings after they give them to us. Currently we have Game 7 standings led by Ryan Savoy, followed by Brady Stearns, Paul Bober, Nick Heilman, Josh Craig, Austin Descharm, John Breckel, Craig Murray, Russ Oviatt, and Dawson Unrath are your top 10 after 7. Again, we're in the middle of Game 9. Following this game, everyone will pause for a little bit while they compile scores and rank everyone 1 to 30 for position round.
We're going to take a quick walk, see if there's anything exciting going on the other end.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that weight froze Stearns, perhaps. Ryan Savoy looking pretty solid right now. Savoy still has 224 left. Jason Hansen is pacing into the 210 range, but can throw up a double there and still have the 220s, 230s left. 224 left for Ryan Savoy. 238 left for Jason Hansen. This has kind of been the MO for Ryan Savoy all day. He's been close, but been given opportunities to finish out matches and has been able to do so. And that has led to a pretty good lead that I'm assuming after 8 games. But Jason Hansen has an opportunity to close this match out. Oh, 4-pin for Jason. Is Savoy throwing a Night Road? I'm not sure. Like I said, it's a dark colored ball with pretty dark markings. I know the Night Road is similar, but I feel like you'd be able to see the purple on that one, so I'm not sure. You can see a little meeting of the minds there at the table in front of our camera. Eric Gulbranson and Ryan Schleicher probably talking about how things were on the left yesterday. Again, there are no lefties left in the field. They were all eliminated yesterday following the qualifying round. Jason Hansen with a strike here will post 218, meaning a double will be needed by Ryan Savoy to steal this match. I do believe the most popular ball I'm seeing thrown down the lanes today is the Exotic Gem. I've seen probably 4 or 5 people of the 30 throwing that ball at some point today. And now I'm catching a little glimpse, and I think you are right, Kent Worthington. That is indeed a Night Road. He turned around there, and I was able to see the label a little bit more clearly. So that is a Night Road going down the lane for Ryan Savoy. Was he going to get lucky? Oh, 2-pin stands. 3-pin stands. 31 and 32 looks awful. Yes, it does. That pair has been awful for the most part of the day, and usually the championship pair turns out pretty awful too. Again, the way they do the match play here greatly influences how these lanes break down. They split into 3 groups of 10, and those groups all stay together on 10 lanes and bowl 3 games, and then move to another section of 10 lanes. So what that does is during the qualifying or the warm-up time here in match play, those players all bowl on their specific set of 10 lanes to start, and then they rotate among those 10 lanes for the first 3 games. So then that kind of dictates where the oil is moving on that set of 10. So then as you move throughout the different bays of 10 throughout the house, you get different breakdowns. So that's kind of the tournament within the tournament going on here. Mark says, what oil pattern is this? Well, let's take a brief look. We'll start by the ratio side of the pattern. Again, this is a 263-1 custom 42-foot pattern that was put together by the folks at Kegel. Over 30 mils on the lane, so there's definitely enough volume, and you're seeing it towards the back end of the pattern as this breakdown happens. Pretty tough pattern out there, but there are some people that are getting some pretty big scores. All right, so the win goes to Jason Hansen over Ryan Savoy. One of the last matches done is going to be this one over here to the right between John Domingo and Brady Stearns. Looks like Nick Heilman will be able to finish out in the 2 teens, but he is currently losing that match. So we'll see how things end here going into the position round. And Blake, you're going to be the numbers guy going into position round if you would. Once we get that sheet, the Game 9 sheet, we will just try to follow our scores the best we can. I know we kind of had a little hiccup at the Masters when it came to scores. We thought we had certain scores and they weren't even close. So we're going to try to do better this time. But again, we're going to have a brief break here following this game while North Bowl staff compile scores, and we're going to rank everyone 1 to 30 across the house. They will put the 1-2 match on 29 and 30. They'll put the 3-4 match on 31, 32, and then go 5-6 on 27, 28, and all the way down the house towards lane 3. And then once we're done with the position round, we will give away a Storm Absolute. We'll adjust our cameras, and we'll be ready for the stepladder finals on 29 and 30. Should be another fun, exciting final 4 matches.
I'm not sure what he ended up with, but when I was walking down there, Paul, I think he could have punched out for 247.
Okay, and he was sitting in 3rd after Game 7, so depending on what he did in Game 8, he might be getting close to the lead. He is our defending champion. And by the way, while you were gone, we did indeed confirm that Todd Soy was throwing a Night Road.
Night Road.
Yeah, he picked up the ball, turned this way, and I was able to see the label, and that Night Road label is pretty dark, so.
That would make sense.
Yeah, Kent Worthington got that one right in the chat room, so good eye. Again, you got a few more minutes to enter in that Storm Absolute contest. We're about to cut off our entries to that one. Again, go to Facebook, find NDBowling.com on Facebook, and find the Storm Absolute contest, where all you have to do is tag a friend and use the hashtag Absolute to be entered, and then we will give that away following the position round. But once everyone quits bowling here, we are going to cut off entries. So you have another 10 minutes or so. Carol, the update on Josh Kennedy. He is in 13th place after 7 games. So we do not have a Game 8 update yet. And the way they do it is they announce off the top 30 for position round. And I do believe with the speaker next to us that we'll be able to hear everything pretty clear on our microphones. So when that does happen, just, I guess, be ready. And that'll be the official score update for Game 9. Jack says it seems like there's a 5-6 second audio delay. Well, that's possible. We'll see. I'll have to look back at the footage and see. We are using a new audio mixer here this weekend, so any feedback would be appreciated. I guess I would use the pins as a reference as long as you were hearing the pins when you see the ball hit the pins, and we know the audio is synced in. If anyone else is having a problem, please let me know. And the audio could be a little messed up due to us dropping frames earlier in the show. And at this point, I don't know how to resync all the audio because of that, so we'll just have to do what we do. Again, a brief break here following this match between John Domingo and Brady Stearns. There's a couple more matches going on across the house, but for the most part, we are about to wrap up the main match play portion of the tournament. And then we will go into our... Okay, so there is a delay, which I do believe, again, is due to dropping frames earlier. We could restart the stream for the stepladder finals if you guys would like to do that to try to sync back up the audio, because I don't think that was the case yesterday, but it shows that we dropped some frames today, so that could be the reason why the audio and the video aren't 100% synced up, so we might have to do that at some point. How's Dawson Unrath doing? After Game 7, Dawson was in 10th place. But again, that was after Game 7, so we don't have there's a couple games in there we don't know. Looks like we have about 305 comments on our Absolute contest. We do appreciate everyone who has tuned into that and participated. That is great. Again, following the position round, we will do the drawing for that. So what do you think, guys? Should we try to restart the stream or just let it go with the little 5-second delay. Let me know what you guys prefer. Okay, we do have some votes to restart. We do have time to kind of bring the stream back up before position round. We have plenty of time here, so if everyone is good with that, we're going to try to restart the stream. So what I'll do is I'm going to create a new file on YouTube, and we're going to call it The Finals, if that is okay. Let me work on a few things here. Okay, everyone says restart, so this is what we're going to do. I got everything ready. All right, so everyone that's watching, this is what we're going to do quick. We are going to go offline. There's a new file on the NDBowling.com, NDBowlTV YouTube page. I want you guys to click on over to that. We're going to end stream here, and then we'll be back up and running on that one, and we'll test out the audio there to make sure everything's good to go for the position round, all right? So we will briefly go offline, go find us on that new scheduled stream that just showed up. It'll say the finals, and we'll be back in 1 second.
6, 1, and 2.